Okay, right, setting this up. Just seeing if it works. Okay, see if I can see the chat. Hello, Saya, how are you doing? I'm just wondering how my voice sounds. Does it sound okay? This is only the second time I've done this, and I can't tell if it's too quiet or not. Hello. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Oh, look at that little dinosaur there. You know, I went live yesterday just to say hello to people and keep everybody company, and myself as well, for Christmas Eve. And then I thought, let's do it again for Christmas. And this time, last time, it was completely unprepared. I didn't announce it or anything like that. Thank you, thank you. And just so I didn't have everything really prepared, but oh, now have I got some things prepared. I've got loads of stuff. I have different decks of tarot cards. I have poetry. I have albums, vinyl albums. I have little objects. I've got something that I might do again, which is the Raven. Thank you, thank you. And I can see your comments this time. Oh, thank you so much. Happy holidays to all those who celebrate. Thank you very much. Only if you have, yesterday it was decided that I was a poetry jukebox. So if you have a poem to request, let me know, and I'll do one of those. Yes. So what were we going to say? I'm glad that I can be at least a little bit there then. For you, Blue Silver, because it can be a very lonely time for everybody, can't it? So, just say today's broadcast is brought to you by my sponsor, Emily Dickinson, and Emily Bronte, the two Emilys. They reached out to me on Instagram, and they said that if I could promote their works, Jane Eyre, that's Charlotte's, and stuff like that. So I agreed, and so I will be paid 30 shillings. So just so you know, that this is a sponsor here. 30 shillings for the hour. It was that or NordVPN, and I didn't quite fancy NordVPN. Okay, people recognize this. Watch my videos every single time. That's so nice to hear. Thank you. Yes. This is Dr. Copperhand's automatic copper thing. So I've set up a sort of a steampunk look with lots of different objects. Oh, I've got this weird satanic rings. Ooh. And they are going to be used with the tarot cards, the demonic tarot cards. These two here are from the Oracle deck called Literary Witches, and it has some of the most amazing female writers of all time. Victorian Doctor. I've done more Victorian Doctor. I just haven't released it. If I'm honest with you, I haven't released anything for a little while. My apologies, because I hurt my back. But I do gatekeep my own content. So I do have 30 videos I've recorded, and 2 of them are the Victorian Doctor. I just haven't edited them yet. We have Lewisman chess pieces as well. Let's grab one. You might remember this if you've seen any of my videos from the Irish Chess Night. Heavy is the head that wears a crown. I'm sure one day they'll have a better system than just having kings, but I'm sure it'll not be by making pawns to be allowed to become a king. I butchered that, but that was that chess night, so I put him there. Right, well, I also put to side loads of tarot cards. Here's some tarot cards here, you see. And then I've got some decks and decks of it. I'm going to jump around a lot, so apologies for that. That's just how it goes. Happy Christmas as well, yeah. I'm trying to follow the comments, but I have to tilt my head, so I miss some of them. So, apologies if I miss any. Jumping around, I have 4 albums I listen to on vinyl all of the time. Can you guess which 4 albums they are? I'll show you the first one. So it's Florence and the Machine, Lungs. It has the wonderful song Dog Days Are Over. And there's the little inside cover there. I like the way it looks on the inside. And then, oops, sorry, Your Majesty, I left it. And this is the back. It doesn't have side A or side B, it has side in and side out. Okay, so there's the first one. Any guesses on what the other albums are? I've got 3 others that I will show you later. Let's go through the little oracle deck that we have. So you can see some, since they're our official sponsors, I'll place them up here like this so we don't forget about them. And we will do some poetry from both of those ladies soon. Okay, so we have lots of other brilliant female writers. I said this yesterday, but for the longest time I heard that anonymous meant it was written by a woman. Agatha Christie. Oh my goodness. She knew so much about poisons, didn't she? And me and Andrew did a few collabs. The Death on the Nile and Death on the Nile and Murder on the Orient Express. And we've got another one coming up. A Haunting in Venice. So a question on my accent. Flannery O'Connor. Quote by Flannery O'Connor. So much to win, so much to lose. No wonder then I fear to choose. That's the one thing I know about her. Okay. I love these people. Honestly, I've travelled around a lot. And a lot of my family are travellers. So people say that I sound Irish. People say that I sound Northern. People say that I sound loads of different things. But I guess does it really matter? Sappho. Most of her works were lost, weren't they? It's a shame. Mary Shelley. Frankenstein's monster. I suppose Frankenstein is the real monster, wasn't he? Trying to bring somebody back to life. Oh, The Yellow Wallpaper. Charlotte Perkins Gilman. A story about going crazy. Janet Frame. Who else do we have? Mirabai. Some very pretty poems by her. See, there's just so many, really. Eileen Chen. So much Shirley Jackson. So many cool little cards here in this deck. I'm going to blast through them now. So that's Annis Nin, nice. Octavia E. Butler. Lovecraft. Would have loved her. Yes, Gertrude Stein. There's actually loads more cards in there as well. But they're all oracle decks. So they have a meaning behind each one. So perspective, or solitude, or rebellion. Very good. I read The Raven yesterday. So one of the things I was going to do is read The Raven today. Here I have it. I'm not going to do it now, but I'm going to give you a sneak peek. It's the pop-up book of The Raven. So that'll be fun. Let me do that later. Other tarot card decks I'm going to go through is my Ethereal Visions. My favourite. My favourite cards. And I have lots of coins. Some magic coins in here to go through. So there's one here. Ship to wreck. There's a ship. And there is a mermaid on that one. A little dark. I can keep cranking up the light. going to go through my favourite cards in the world and talk a little bit about Fallen London. I think that would be nice. We have these things as well. Ten of Swords, the Dark Forest, Dark Wood Tower deck. We have this incredibly atmospheric one. Can't wait to tell you about this one. This one is fascinating because it, well, that's not a surprise. Come back to that. I also have an Edgar Allan Poe deck, and this is quite special. And to take you through some of these, which are the suspects from A Symphony in Shadow and Steam, which is the little book I wrote. It's not a product placement, it's just because there are so many cool props in there. So I have like folders from new Scottish Yard with different things inside. So we can go through those. That one was empty. Okay. What else do I have to go through? Loads of different poems I was going to do as well. Okay. I take off my copper hand now. And if you guys do have any questions, let me know. But I do have lots of questions for you, if that's okay. So I'd love to know, if you were a tarot card, what tarot card would you be? That's my first question for you. Okay, now let's read our first poem. I think we'll start with, well, we'll leave the Emilys for a little bit, and we'll start with William Blake, The Tiger. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burn the fire of thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? On what hand dare he seize the fire? And on what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when thy heart begins to beat, what dread hand and what dread feet? What's the hammer, what's the chain? In the furnace that was thy brain. What's the anvil, what dread grasp dare its deadly terrors clasp? And when the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry? The Fool, oh, blue silver, the tower, really? That's very sad. Chaos, trouble, isn't it, then, when the tower strikes? Yeah, someone's saying that. Asking depth surprise, such a depth knowledge of the era. Do you have qualifications in it or fixations with the Victorian period? That's very easy, so I'll answer that. So I'll let you know a little secret. I was born in 1826, so most of my formative years were built during the Victorian times. So I forget quite a bit. Because obviously a lot of time has passed since then. But so there's no real trick to it. It's just experience. Right. Okay. Should we do one of the coins? So this little pretty coin here has a ship on one side and it has a mermaid on the other. Do we have any questions that we want to ask the coin? Because I'm going to flip it. And then we wonder, smooth sailing or something to be resisted? Something to be afraid of, the siren. I think it's more of a siren than a mermaid. So think about your question. And then we'll see what the answer is. Let's have a look. Steady sailing. That's good, isn't it? So the course looks good. Course looks clear. Put that to the side there. I have had no guesses on what the other three albums that I listened to on a regular basis. I'll show you the next one. Dance Fever by Florence and the Machine. Let me show you inside. Isn't that cool? That's the inside there. That's Florence Welsh there. And this is the back as well. So that's album number 2, is Dance Fever. Okay. What should we do next? I feel too excited not to go with the really cool tarot cards. So I'm going to go with them. We'll move our king here. I might move this a little bit to the side. Get a little bit more brightness. Okay, so this one has a very old cloth bag. And it is meant to be a really old and a really spooky tarot card deck. It was handcrafted, so it's not as old as it looks. Here we go. You know, they say that you should wrap your tarot cards in a cloth. And I have heard from some that you're not meant to let other people touch your tarot cards unless you give them permission. That's what my grandmother used to say. So, maybe she just didn't like me touching her tarot cards. Okay, so we fold it open. Oh, sir, thank you very much. That's, I really appreciate that. If you have any poems, please put them in the descriptions. And, I'll read them. Therapy. So this is death. Look at death. Spooky. It's called silk cloth. That's what they say. Yeah, silk. It's meant to be wrapped in silk. Yeah. And, yeah. So your grandmother, maybe, she read tarot? That's cool. And so it's very carnival-y. And this next card, the Lovers. Again, all beat up. And, the Carney Tarot, it's called. The Hanged Man. Here, all beat up. Now, what's the cool thing about these? I mean, come on, don't be greedy. It's already very cool. But, little secret is, if you find, and I can't really see the colours right now. Yes, it's this way. If you look at the green dots, you can work out which card is which. They're marked. And it's very hard to tell that they're marked. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. So it's sort of like a binary system. And you'll notice that these two here are different. Very slightly different. So when you're looking at these cards, you can tell exactly what you're going to be coming up with, which makes it very useful for magic tricks. Here's the Devil. There we go. Justice. The Sun. They do 2 decks. The other one they didn't make anymore, so you can't really get them. But they were exactly the same, except it was called the Cursed Carney, and the faces were skulls. So what you could do is you could suddenly change, swap a card out, and that would be the only card that had a skull on them. Yeah, so that makes it extra spooky. If a person picks a card, and you know what card they picked, and then you force in the Fool with a skull, and you're like, okay, go through them, and they go through them, and only one of them has a skull on them. The Magician. Magician is interesting because he points to the ground and to the sky, which suggests he has mastery over both worldly things and also of more airy, intellectual, magical things. Magician. Interesting card. Not the first card. It says 1. But no, the Fool is the first card. But the Fool represents all of us. We're all the Fool. The Fool is the person who travels the deck. Travels across every single one of the cards. And he usually has with him a little white dog. There it is. To to symbolize innocence and purity. And he's off. Usually he's depicted as walking off a cliff, actually, because he's very brave but very adventurous, but not looking where he's necessarily going. Judgment, chariot, the emperor, authority, temperance, what you'd expect. And there you go, there you are, the tower. Whoever the tower was. And that doesn't look great, does it? It's all on fire, and there's lightning striking it. But tower can be positive. You know, from chaos comes opportunity. That's what they say, doesn't it? From chaos comes opportunity. So it's not bad news. You know what? I think maybe I'd be the hermit. I'm hardly ever anywhere. So I think I might be the hermit. Still no guesses on my third album. First album was Lungs by Florence and the Machine. Second album was Dance Fever by Florence and the Machine. Duluth. Merry Christmas. Only thing I know about Duluth is from the game Ticket to Ride, and one of the journeys is, I think, Houston to Duluth. I always thought it was Duluth. I never realized how to pronounce it. I'd only ever read it. Maybe it's not even Duluth. You correct me. Should I put some gloves on? Maybe I'll put one of these gloves on here. I was telling people the other day that I used this. If people know what Father Ted is, I did a Father Ted video that I haven't released yet. And afterwards, I recreated the song Faith, the video by George Michael. And I was dressed as a priest, but I had the jeans on and the stylish gloves and the guitar and stuff. And it's probably the closest you'll ever get to see it, because upon reflection and edit, I decided I wouldn't share that video. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Father Ted Talk. Genius. Sure, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I love that. I love that, Father. Right. Let's move these to the side. We can come back to them. I don't know how long I'm going to talk for. You know, I don't know. What do we think is a reasonable amount of time to talk for? One of the things I again said yesterday was about Rod Serling, writer and inventor of the Twilight Zone. And he could talk non-stop. And hello. And one time he went on a trip with his family when he was young. And everybody said, let's not talk. And let's see if Rod notices. And Rod talked the whole 3.5-hour journey without break. And he didn't notice once that no one had replied to anything he said. So, I'm not sure I'm going to beat him, but do people know who this is? This little dude here. He's holding a black cat. If that's a clue. Another clue is that he is my favourite actor of all time. He read The Raven, and it's probably the best reading of The Raven, except for maybe this man's reading of The Raven. Oh, we'll never get to hear it. Though apparently when he used to do it in taverns and things, he would do all the candles and effects and hand movements and the voices and like echoes and things. Apparently it was just so cool to see Mr. Poe do his Raven. It is Vincent Price. Brilliant. Blue Silver. Rollo. It is Vincent Price. Remarkable. If most people, younger people, know him from the Thriller music video that he was in. Yes. But I used to watch all his old movies when I was a kid. I would stay up late so that I could watch his movies. They weren't very scary, so that was okay for a kid to watch, I think. Yes, Vincent Price. He had a cookbook as well. Cookbook. That sounded very Scottish, didn't it? He had a cookbook, which I have, but I've never used because I'm too afraid to use it because it's old and it's delicate. Yeah. So, Vincent, we'll just put you there. Are we going to go through these demon tarots or what? I got loads more from course. I didn't put them here because I didn't want to shame myself. We will. But maybe we just have a quick look at this. I'm not sure I can do it off by heart, but it was in the night video, which he's teaching the young person how to play chess. And there's a third part, and it's finished, but I haven't released it. I will release it. But he talks about these two pieces, and he's like, the knight and the bishop. The knight travels forward twice and then moves once to the right. So he's limited in terms of his movement. The bishop has no such limitations, can travel diagonally as far as it wants. Now, conventional logic dictates that the bishop is the superior piece because of its ability to travel and to take. But I'm not so sure about that. Knights can move, and in a way that they can protect themselves and their counterparts. Bishops, however, are in a little bit of a schism. One forever on the black squares and one forever on the white. So they don't quite see eye to eye. Which makes me think that the knight is ultimately the superior piece, because it can protect itself and others. And if you take one thing from this lesson of chess, I'd like you to take that away, which is, you shouldn't judge yourself by how far you can travel, or by what you can take, but by what you protect. There's a little knight there. I think, I can't exactly remember how that went, but it was a bit like that. Anyway, where should we put them here to the side? Maybe we can do one of the Poe cards. Look at this. The deck of many destinies. People who play D&D might know this. The deck of many destinies. Maybe we'll come to that. The coin of wonder. These are these coins. So this just describes them. We don't need this right now. But this is what I was reaching for. Edgar Allan Poe. We're going to have a lot of Poe, I think. Let's open this up. See what we have in here. Put the rule book to the side. I'm going to close this. And then, as a Scottish person, we appreciate the effort. Pro tip, though, roll your R's more than you think necessary. We all do this no matter what the region. But it might surprise you to know that I was born in Edinburgh. So, there we go. Okay, right, what are we going to do? We're going to, it would be particularly surprising, because it's not true. Okay, the moon. There are lots of quotes here that I can read off the cards. You know, I can't remember the exact quote, but Shakespeare said, "Oh, swear not by the inconsistent moon, lest thy love likewise prove changeable." And I guess that is the deceptive nature of the moon. Now, to get these quotes, I think I'm going to have to use my reading glasses here, so that I can, my pince-nez reading glasses, so I can read them. No, that's just a prop. I actually don't need reading glasses. I'm very lucky in that. There is poetry in chess for sure. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams. This is Annabel Lee, isn't it? So we will read Annabel Lee for sure. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams. 5 of candles. Do you remember that old joke, 4 candles? Anybody ever watch the Two Ronnies? They do a little sketch called the 4 candles sketch, where a man comes in for handles for forks. 6 of candles. Oh, these don't look very shuffled. Oh, the lovers. Okay, let's read this. And so, all the night tide, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride. That's also Annabelle Lee. It's nice, isn't it? I'm going to open up my phone. I can't. The chat. Yeah, someone runs it. The chat is difficult to follow because it keeps going away. So what I'm going to do is I'll have a look at my phone with my tarot card dude on there and see if I can. Let's see if I can see the chat more easily that way. Yes, 4 candles, multiple strong minds ASMR. Hello. The pictures look scary but comforting somehow. It's strange, isn't it? How scary things can sometimes be comforting. Justice. Oh, look at that. That's the pit and the pendulum. Let's move this board a little bit. Pit and the pendulum. Let's have a little quote from the pit and the pendulum. A wrong is undressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unrepressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. I don't know if I love that. Okay, it's a bit hard to read that one. The Hanged One. So it's a lady here, hanging upside down. There are 2 bodies, the rudimental and the complete, corresponding with the 2 conditions, the worm and the butterfly. What's that all about? Hey Taylor, glad to see you. Tesla videos. You know, I've done 2 Tesla videos. I want to do more. I was thinking about doing a whole lecture series with Tesla. I don't know how popular it would have been. Or at least do some sort of Doctor Who based Tesla thing. You know, I haven't released this, but I do have a video that I want to release as well, which is, this was so cool. I'll tell you a little story that I think is very cool. Tesla lived in the New York hotel for the last 20 years, 15 years of his life. And he had 2 rooms. One that he used as his laboratory and one is his bedroom. And I turned up to this hotel and I didn't know that Tesla had lived there. And then I saw a little thing on the wall that was very unassuming. It just said, Tesla died here. And when I went to check in, the lady said, did you know that Tesla died here? And I said, I did not know that. And she said, did you do a Tesla video? And I said, I did do a Tesla video. And she said, I thought I recognized you. It was the first time I've ever been recognized. And that's probably because the Tesla video is one of the ones that has 2 million views, I think. And she was quite into Tesla. And she said, 2 seconds. And then she rang her manager up. And then she came back and she said, I've managed to book out Tesla's bedroom for you. So they allowed me to stay. And I've got a video of it. And I show the walk around and stuff. In the room where Nikola Tesla lived and died. So I have some photos of myself there. And it felt spooky. Oh, it felt spooky. Okay. So that was so cool. I'm going to release that on Instagram, I think. Or such. Instagramophone. Let's, before we move on, Madame Eudora Windling. Madame Eudora Windling is the preeminent psychic of London society. She is a little bit full of herself, and she assumes that anybody who meets her knows about her. She is one of the suspects of the murder of Lord Howard Harkin So you're a detective and you're trying to solve it. It's voiced by Amy Kay, who I imagine is one of your guys' favourite ASMR artists, because she's certainly one of mine. So yes, Madame Eudora Windling. Love my Fallout videos and the Space Station Bartender. I built a full set for the Space Station Bartender that I'm going to be I'm going to be the Blackberry. Someone just mentioned the Blackberry. I have seen that. That's a reference, again, I think, to the two Ronnies. Get yourself an apple. Okay, so what was I saying? Oh, I built a set for the Space Station Bartender. Actually, I built it for David, because I'm doing another David video. The trick, William Potter, is not minding that it hurts. The trick, William Potter, is not minding that it hurts. So I'm going to do another David from Prometheus. What can you do, David? I can do almost anything that possibly could be asked of me. I can carry out directives my human counterparts might find distressing or unethical. Michael Fassbender, he's good, isn't he? One of my favourite actors. There. So, Eudora Windling, she is one of the suspects. I'm getting a nudge from Emily Dickinson right now. She's telling me, just here by my side, she's telling me to read one of her poems, otherwise I won't get my 30 shillings. Fair enough. So, let's find one, Emily. Which one did you have written for me? I can't use that one. I can barely read your handwriting. Come on, give me a... Okay, well, I'll look it up on my phone, because I just can't read that, sorry. Emily. Okay, so this one is called A Bird Came Down the Walk. Poem 359, because she wrote like 2,000 of them. No, that's a compliment. That's not an insult. It's like, it's a very hard thing to okay, look, just let me read it, okay. Okay, so, a bird came down the walk. He did not know I saw. He bit an angel worm in half, and ate the felon raw. And then he drank a dew from a convenient grass, and then he hopped sideways to the wall to let a beetle pass. He glanced with rapid eyes that hurried all abroad. They looked like frightened beads, I thought. He stirred his velvet hand. Like one in danger cautious, I offered him a crumb, and unrolled his feathers, and rode him softer. Then oars divide the ocean, too silver for a seam, or butterflies of banks of noon leap plashless as they swim. There we go. What do you think? Are you happy with that? Well, okay, next time I will slow down a little bit, but I thought that was all right. Okay, well, you read the next one. Okay, right. Where are we? We were talking about Poe, and then we jumped into more suspects for the Shadow on Steam. Well, look at this fellow. He's very untrustworthy. Captain Ichabodium, who is considered... You know, I might read his personal statement, because I quite like that one. He's considered one of the suspects. Right. I did not prepare this, but I just quite like writing. Okay, there it is. I quite like his opening statement. And of course, I can manage to do his voice, because he is me. Okay, it's just loading. We do have lots of other suspects. Where's the man himself, though? I don't think I have a picture of the man himself in question. Howard Harkin. Where could he be? Maybe he fell out. But the actual book itself came, if you wanted, with some sort of luxury. Is that him there? That's not him, no. Came with a luxury edition where you got all the artifacts. Still loading. It's a big PDF, lots of pictures in it. I haven't had a third guess on what my third album is. No guesses. Okay. Well, the first album was Lungs by Florence and the Machine. I listened to that the most. Second was Dance Fever by Florence and the Machine. You're never going to guess what the third one is. Ceremonials by Florence and the Machine. Hey, Spooky Al. How are you doing? Oh, got a little bit of fireworks there. If we do have fireworks, my apologies. Usually, when I'm in videos, I can just be like, I hear like a dog barking and I stop. And then I have to try to hold that position as best I can. Awkward if it's an awkward position. And then 20 seconds, 30 seconds later, I can come back in. But I can't do that live. So fireworks, or if you hear me, West Highland White Terrier barking, then that is, my apologies for that. She's very cute. Something by the Divine Comedy for the fourth album. I've shown you 3 Florence and the Machine albums, and you want to bravely guess that it's not a Florence and the Machine one for the fourth album. Well, I'm not going to show anybody until I get more guesses. Okay, so Howard Harkin is the guy who got murdered, and Captain Ichabodium Wolf is one of the suspects, and he had I do have a dog. I'm scared to do a Scottish accent here because it will be judged, but 'tis a wee West Highland Terrier. I can't roll my arse because I move too much. Okay, so Captain Ichabodium Wolf. I, Captain Ichabodium Wolf, attest the following to be true recollection of my day of the murder. I would like to start by giving some background that I feel will be pertinent to those recollections and accuracy. Firstly, my timings I have given may be wildly inaccurate. As a sky captain who rarely leaves my ship unless I cannot be avoided, I am attuned not to Greenwich Mean Time, but to Her Majesty's perpetual midnight. This somewhat distorts my temporal sensibilities on land. Secondly, sleep deprivation is commonplace amongst the stars. Slumber often evades me. Most days I feel lost in a lethargy resembling that of faint oblivion. Sorry, I'm not reading the comment. I'll come back to those comments. Having given you a truthful frame of reference for the lens through which I see the world, I will now proceed with my interpretation of events. I shall endeavour to be brutally honest, even if it is to my own detriment. I own and operate the sky ship the Prometheus. Harkin was a loyal charter to the route of New North Wales. For reasons of my own, it is important to me, of the utmost importance, to maintain a profitable, or at least break-even route to this destination. Harkin does not have the monopoly on this route, but he is by far the most influential stakeholder. Upon current loading of my ship, several undocumented crates were brought on board with no explanation. I demanded an audience with Harkin to discuss this turn of events. We met at what I believe was 6 p.m. Harkin told me in no uncertain terms that I must deliver this secret cargo. Such secrecy made me unhappy. It almost certainly meant something illicit or dangerous materials. I left without decreeing or declining to do so. At this point in time, I was leaning towards abandoning the cargo, not because I feared breaking the law. I have found our legal system all too often blocks any path to justice. No, I don't just thrive in this rotten empire. I simply just did not want to be beholden to this odious man, even if it meant inconvenience to myself. Fortunately, Harkin was found dead the next day, so I did not have to choose. I found out from my first mate, and then I had the crates dumped onto the docks. I have no recollection of the events between leaving Harkin's office and hearing Harkin was dead on my ship the next day. I find it doubtful, but not impossible, that I would have killed him during this time. It would have been very out of character if I had. Captain Ichabodium Wolf. So that's his personal statement. And they all have some personal statements. And they all get interviewed as well. One actually interviewed twice, most of the time. And you can just try to get my chat back up, so I'm not missing anything. Now my dog Barney is cuddling me. Strong minds, ASMR, what kind? Russell Terrier, Jack Russell. I had a little Jack Russell when I was younger. Very young. Yes. So, our one guess for the album was... I can't remember what it was. Anyway. Multiple Minds, cute, female golden retriever. Oh, we're doing dog talk, perfect. So the fourth album, somebody told me. Rebel Diamonds in the Sky. Look at that. It's by The Killers. There is a compilation, but there's just no skippable songs by The Killers. They have an album called Sam's Town that I don't listen to, but I do like. And that Sam's Town is a casino, if you don't know, in Las Vegas. And I've been to Sam's Town a few times. It's not very nice. Okay, if you go to Las Vegas, don't stay in Sam's Town. Stay in Dottie's. Dottie's Casino is my favourite hotel for overnight stays. Yes, it doesn't have any hotel rooms, but they don't mind if you sleep in the chairs. Okay, Professor Reginald Gronwald. Yes, unsavoury. An academic fellow, not unsavoury anyway. Lady Constance Harkin, the husband, the wife of Lord Harkin. Father Silas Gray, he's 80 years old, but he's 6'6" and incredibly strong. There's Rupert Harkin, Champagne socialist and brother of Howard. And then we have Lizzie J. Wright. She is the maid. And finally, you might recognize this guy, Dr. Hogmanay Copperhand. Look how cool his little Copperhand looks there. I wish I had that prop. But, yes. So, I'm going to tell you who voiced them, because I think that'd be fascinating, right, to know who voiced them. Well, we already know Amy Kay voices Madame Eudora Windley. Of course, I do Ichabodium Wolf, and I do Copperhand. Lizzie J. Wright, she was done by Whisper Audios. Very talented voice actress. And Reginald Gronwald was done by Literature Whispers. Lady Constance Harkin sounds nothing like Lizzie J. Wright, but also done by Whisper Audios. Rupert Harkin. Did anybody watch Blackadder? Blackadder. Great show. Watch it if you haven't watched it. Now there's Blackadder the Third, and it is about, he is a butler to a prince. And the prince, Hugh Laurie, plays the prince. And one of the episodes, Pitt the Younger comes in. And he's like, oh, you little oik. And he's like quite young, curly hair and very posh. And the actor who played Pitt the Younger did the voice for Rupert Harkin. How cool was that? Yes, very nice man. And Father Silas Gray. I'll not tell you who did that one, because they are quite famous, and they did not want to be acknowledged for it. And they ain't a YouTuber. Do we go through the case file? What do we think? Do we go through the evidence file? Yeah, maybe. What was that chat there? Blackadder was an amazing, lovely show. A lot of people here saying that they like Blackadder. Yeah, I mean, remarkable. The fourth one, I like the name of the episodes in the fourth one. You know, it had like ranks in there, like general, private plane would be one, or a sergeant, corporal punishment was a name for the other one. So they all had like names like that in there. Right. So, what do we do next? I'm going to do a little look at some more of the Poe cards, I think. Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? That's a proper famous one, isn't it? Just going to bring this up. You know, I'm also curious about people out there. If you were a fictitious character, don't tell me who it was, but who wrote you? And then maybe we can all have a little guess at who wrote the people. So who was the author of your fictitious character? I'm not sure who I would have been written by. H.P. Lovecraft, maybe? I don't know. Do we have anything on that? Okay. Yes. Lovecraft, I've done a few Lovecraft videos. There are quite a few, sorry, Emily Dickinson is really, like, on my case right now, and she really wants me to read this next thing, and I'm just trying to look at it. I just cannot read her handwriting. Okay, look, I'll read it. And then, you know, when we're doing a thing about fictitious characters here, I mean, you can hear it. Okay, so this next one is called, I felt a cleavage in my mind. I felt a cleavage in my mind, as if my brain had split. I tried to match it, seam by seam, but could not make it fit. The thought behind I strove to join, unto the thought before, but sequence ravelled out of reach, like balls upon a floor. Right, there we go. Happy with that? Okay, good. We were looking at fictitious characters. The Fool. Look, we've got the Fool again. It's Poe, and he is had a little cat there. The Fool's meant to have a little white dog, but he's a cat. So it says, there is no passion in nature so demonically impatient as that of him who, shuddering upon the edge of a precipice, thus meditates a plunge. I hear that's sort of a common feeling. You know, the feeling of like standing and thinking, oh, what would happen if I jumped in? And that was more DID, the author maybe knows. Author, Meaty Cannon, probably Tim Burton. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. Tim Burton. Imagine Tim Burton wrote you. Imagine if he drew you. That would be quite cool. Jim Butcher. You know, I know nothing of Jim Butcher. It's written by Sir Terry Pratchett. Yes, I love it. A lot of people have commented on my dodgy portion seller. That there's a line in there that sounds like Terry Pratchett, where he says, he's about to sell you and he says, wait a minute, you're not a member of the Night Watch, are you? Because if you are, you have to tell me that you're a member of the Night Watch. And they said, oh, that reminds me of Terry Pratchett. I have, oh my goodness, you, Palace, Athene. You know, we had a question yesterday about the bust of Pallas upon my chamber door, if that was Athena. And, I mean, that looks like it's going to be the case. But both of yours, I'm not sure I can pronounce those. Hit that like and subscribe for more wonderful content. Yeah, I'm not sure how true that is, but thank you. Yes. One more poem. A feeling for which I have no name has taken possession in my soul. What's that from? I can't remember. I think that's from the one with the eye and the heart. What's a telltale heart? Yeah, I think that one is from the telltale heart, which is really spooky. I heard a man talk, do it on stage live, and it was very loud, but very impressive. Okay, you know what? Let's do the raven. Let's do the raven. Gonna have to tidy this up to get the book in there so you can see the popping up, because it pops up. I promised to do the demons, didn't I? I haven't even got to that. But I think I'm just gonna cover the raven. Let's move some of this stuff and move my aching legs. Mr. Tingle, trying to get the comments. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to deal with moving things, talking, getting the comments, and Emily is back seat driving over my shoulder this entire time as well. So curious about your backgrounds, having watched your videos. I get mid-Atlantic impression, but also an Irish influence based on your content and voice. Those two things are correct. So you have hit the nail on the head. Okay, let's move my reading glasses. And we'll move the coins. Sorry, Edgar. We're going to move this. Does this fit? I think it does. We'll move that to the side so we can get more in. Queen. Nothing is more wonderful than love. Nothing more precious. Nothing more magnificent. And if you'd seen your mother, you would understand why. That was the Irish knight, wasn't it? He said that. Okay, let's do the raven. Yes. I get it. Okay, I get it that you're the sponsor. But, you know, okay, well, there has been a lot of Edgar Allan Poe. But, you know, but which one do you suggest? I can't read your writing. I'm sorry. Oh, actually, no, this one's a bit neater. Okay, so I have another poem now from the remarkably talented Miss Emily Dickinson. And it's called Hope is a Thing with Feathers. And hope is a thing with feathers that perches on the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard, and sore must be the storm that could abash that little bird that kept so many warm. I've heard it in the chillest land and on the strangest sea, yet never in extremity it asked a crumb for me. It's a very beautiful poem. Yes. Are we okay to do some of the raven now? Sound good? Okay. One more. Wild nights were I with thee. Wild nights should be our luxury. Futile the wind to a heart in port, done with compass, done with chart. Rowing in Eden, the sea. Might I but moor tonight in thee. Okay. Good? We good? Okay, perfect. Right. We'll do the raven now. I know the first bit off by heart, so don't need this bit, but I don't know the rest. So, once upon a midnight dreary, whilst I pondered weak and weary over many a curious and quaint volume of forgotten lore, I nodded nearly napping. Suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. Distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I'd wish to borrow from my book Surcease of Sorrow. Sorrow for the fair and radiant angel, and an angel's named Lenore. Nameless here, forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." What pops up next? There's the bust of Pallas Luck upon his chamber door. Athene. Okay. Oh, and there's the door. He's opened it. He's only gone and opened the door. Okay. Deep into the darkness peering, long I wondered. Oh no, presently my soul grew stronger. Hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "oh madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact that I was napping, so gently you came napping, and so faintly you came tapping. Tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into the darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Oh, now he's going from the door to... Look, we've got our raven here. Got our raven. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is someone at my window lattice. Let me see then there what that is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, with many a flirt and a flutter. In there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least abstinence made he, not a minute mind stopped or stayed he, but with mine a lord and a lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon the bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. There's Pallas, and there's our raven. Caw, caw, caw. Caw, 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 caw. Who doesn't like a puppet book? Okay. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven, wandering from the night's Plutonian shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on its night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marvelled at this uncannily fowl, to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. But we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing a bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculpted bust above his chamber door, with such name as Nevermore. But the raven sitting lonely on the placid bust spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely was more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." This next page I think is a really cool page. Oh no, this is not the cool page. The cool page is coming after this. So, look, there's a raven there, and there's the little dude. He's sitting in his chair. Look at that. I've got a little oil lamp there. I've got a little oil lamp here as well. There we go. Put that on this table there, can we? No, it won't support it. Good job, I got this, otherwise I forget where I was. Startled the stillness broken, with replies so aptly spoken. Doubtless, said I, what it utters is only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, who, unmerciful disaster, followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope and melancholy burden bore of never, nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to thinking, fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant by croaking, nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, with no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease, reclining on the cushion's velvet lining, that the lamplight glowed o'er, whose velvet violet lighting, the lamplight gloating over, she shall press, nevermore. This is the cool page. Look at that. Do we know who this is a picture of? I think we can guess. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed by an unseen censer, swung by seraphim, whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath sent thee, by the angels he hath sent thee, respite, respite. Quaff or quaff, forget this lost Lenore. The raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, think of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempest sent or whether this tossed thee here ashore, desolate, yet all undaunting, on this desert land enchanted, and this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm of Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, I said, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by the heavens that bend above us, by the gods we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if this distant Aiden, it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Look at that. Pièce de resistance, there's waves crashing everywhere. His house, he's inside there, most certainly. Then we have the final part. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked up starting. Get thee back to the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of the lies that thou hast spoken. Leave thy foolish, my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven still is flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws a shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted nevermore. What do we think? Do we like the Raven pop-up book? I like the Raven pop-up book. I love this, like, I know this is a simple one, but I just love the way it opens. Like, shoo. What is that like? Shoo. We'll do another pool at some point about that. Right now I'm just going to read the comments. Is there anything, questions to me? What do you my views? Just think. Oh, hello, Pondering Owl. you've already gone, then you've already gone. Shame. Decor is excellent as usual. Thank you. Read book. I'm going to see if 3D works on this book. Imagine that 3D. I love 3D books as well. Thank you about the great reading. Right. It talked about the demon, so we're going to do the demon thing. Okay, let's do the demon deck. Yes, we'll do the demon deck. Oh, we're still here. Hello, Owl, still here. One of my greatest supporters. Thank you very much. I saw your magnificent artwork, by the way. It was very impressive. So let's do the demon one as well. Yes. Sorry, 2 seconds. If it's a quick one, okay. Okay. Your writing is getting neater. Perfect. Okay, so we have another little poem here from Emily. I am a nobody. Who are you? Are you a nobody too? Then there's a pair of us. Don't tell. They'd banish us, you know. How dreary to be somebody. How public, like a frog. To tell the name the livelong day to an admiring bog. That one is quite good and snappy, yes. Fair enough. Someone said my voice is a little bit low. Is that true? Do I need to speak up a bit? Or does that person turn up the volume? Or what's the deal here? Because if I need to speak up a little bit, I'm a bit knackered because I don't know where the microphone is or how to turn it up. Oh, it's got better. Okay. Right. Asmodeus. So these are all demons. And really nice, they're red. Look at that. I love that. And they are tarot cards. But they have the symbol of the demon on there. And they have the meaning behind the associated tarot card. So for this one, for example, Baal is the emperor, and it says controls the weather, rain, and lightning, and cures or causes pestilence. Make up your mind, Baal. Which one is it? That was Emily Dickinson. Yes. Can you hear her in the background? She's a very quiet voice, but she keeps prodding me. I mean, 30 shillings is not a lot of money. I'm not even doing it for the money. But it's just like, they're all short poems, so it's fair enough. But I know I'm not doing it. It's fine. Yep, okay. Right, so Beelzebub. Let's have a look at this here. Beelzebub is the moon, and we know the moon is changeable. Things have changed. It's actually not that inappropriate nowadays to talk about demons and things. Look, if you could just monitor the comments and let me know if any questions come up. Okay. So, Beelzebub, the moon, it says, makes manifest the apparitions of demons, sets demons upon men to destroy them with vices. That's good. You know, women have been excluded from that, so that's nice. So Beelzebub is a little bit sexist, but that's okay. It's not his worst feature. He has much more. Okay, now this is Asmodeus, the King of Wands. And what does it say here? It says, makes men fly into passionate rage and desire, destroys the happiness of married couples, wastes the beauty of virgins, and reveals the future. That last one's odd, isn't it? Yeah, had a lot of bad features to compete with. What was it like? What's this? What's this one? Phoenix, Queen of Cups. Teaches all science, performs wonderful poetry, follows all requests with excellence. Oh, that's pretty evil. I mean, that's pretty demonic. teaching all of the sciences. All of them? Really, Phoenix? Okay, so what else do we have? Cool looking. Oh, this one's a raven. Neburius, the Seven of Pentacles. Looks like one of his mates because it teaches arts, science, and rhetoric. Restores lost honors and dignities. Takes honor and dignity from others. Not too bad. Not too bad. Odd looking, like some sort of beast. Shacks. What are we looking at here? Maribus. Baleful. Ammon. Two of Pentacles. Reveals the past and the future. Reconciles friends and enemies. Some of these demons aren't too demonic, are they? They seem quite nice. Abatos. I don't know if they... What's that one? I can't pronounce that. Don't know. Moloch. I know Moloch. He's that cow one. And he's often a villain in steampunk games. So he is the devil. So that is the devil card. I mean, that's pretty appropriate for a demon to be the devil card. Makes one worse off than ever before. Now, I would have thought that was all demons. But then I wouldn't be wrong. Because look at these little dudes here. They're constantly teaching science and things. So yeah, that's not redundant. Tricks mortals into being bound. Well, that also matches the devil card. Because that this talks about binding. However, in the devil card, the binds are very loose. And so really, you're just bound by your own imagination. You're not actually being binded by anything real. It's all in your own mind. And the third thing here is accepts child sacrifices. That escalated very quickly, didn't it? From making you a little bit worse off to boom, child sacrifices. Okay, this is the Hermit. Teaches philosophy, astrology, and rhetoric, logic, palm reading, and divination in fire. There's a lot of divination here. Palm reading. Anyone have their palm read? We call these the bracelets over here. There's the lifelines, and I remember I did the Victorian doctor did one, and he was like, and this here is your lifeline, and this here is your love line just there. And he sort of like moved his hand around wildly because well, he didn't know how to read palms, did he? He doesn't really know how to anything, that fella. Right. Do we do another demon? Let's come back to the demons. When we do the demons, I'm going to not forget to put my demon rings on. Let's have a look. Demon ring. Looks quite nice. Don't know what that's the symbol of. Satan, maybe? Use that in a demon video, I think. Let's put those on top of there. I think we do a bit of case file. Do we do case file? Yeah. Let's do a little bit of the case file. So this is from New Scottish Yard. And this is some of the evidence that has been presented. Okay. So this is a timeline of the events of the crime. So 1st of April 1912, timeline of events. 11 a.m. Madam Windling meets Lord Harkin. 3 p.m. Captain Wolf. 5 p.m. Father Silas. 6 Groenwald. 7 Copperhand. And then the body is found at 8:50. Oh, look at this. You know what this is? This is See you later, Pondering Owl. This is an undisgracing. This is Copperhand's undisgracing. Victoria, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom, and Great Britain, and Northern Ireland, and the other realms and territories, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, Keeper of Time, and Empress of the Clockwork Empire, hereby declare Dr. Jonathan Copperhand has been undisgraced in the sight of the Crown by magnanimous decree, and declared not unworthy of notice, and to be afforded the respect of lower-class persons of partial importance. The dignity and style of royal surgeon shall also be restored, albeit reluctantly, and without endorsement of said practitioner, until such a time as his proper redemption is deemed to have been satisfactory. We expect no further disappointment in this matter, in perpetuity upon the pain of undisgracing, and the reinstatement of a redisgracing. What did I just read there? Okay. This is, grim stuff. This is an autopsy report. Suspicious, violent. They did a full toxology report. Nothing. No toxins or anything like that. No major conditions. So this makes it suspicious. This is a drawing of one of the cops at the scene. One of the police sketches. It's made of that really lovely, the textured onion paper type. Really thin paper. They would use that thin paper because they would have, what are those things that you put paper in? Again, they're like folders, like you pull them out. What are they called? Anyway, they had those things that they put there, and so it would be very heavy if it wasn't thin. They also found a tarot card at the scene. I see. And it was the Ten of Swords. One of the worst tarot cards in the entire deck. So let's go with Ten of Swords. Here is a map of the house. Some nice little house plants. What else do we have here? We have the forensic observations of the on-site team as well. And then we have an Ethereal Visions thing there. Close that. There are other evidence files that we have as well. Put it to the side there. And it's this interdepartmental report. And it was delivered to Chief Inspector Walworth from Rutherford. Inspector Rutherford. Let's just pull some other things out. We have a little elocution lesson there by Lizzie. We have a sketch. Interesting. There we go, we have a sketch of the crime as well. That's where the body was found. Quite a small office. Confidential. That's the confession. What is this? This is the Blessed Church of St. Julian Hospitality. Interesting. And it has its full service of such a man. And then we have little noisy. Just more cards. Apologies. Throw that across here. It's Blackpool. You ever been to Blackpool? Remember the giant mechanical bull that they have in Blackpool, where you can ride on it? Inside you can get like 50 people, and it just walks. If you ever go to Blackpool, I suggest this is where you go, because it's probably the best ride. Maybe the Volunton Jennies, which are the donkeys that can fly. They're pretty good as well. And here's the service. Abide with me. It's the hymn that they've chosen for the book. Makes you think of Titanic, doesn't it? Abide with me, fast falls the eventide. Sunday concert, Holywell Hall. That's Mr. T and Hinton, of course, grand organ, one of the greatest organists of our time. 1901, he died in 1910. But solo violin, Miss Constance Sancroft. That's actually Miss Constance Harker now. But she, that was her maiden name. Millicent Price, I've never heard of these people. I don't know if they're famous. or Leonard Bird whistle. 2 pence for the concert. Hollywood Concert Hall. I believe that's in Cambridge. Yes. We did find some of her violin music as well. It's not a, I think that's Corelli. I think this is Corelli's work. But I was also lucky enough to get a few other cool things. Let me show you. The first one is of the lawyer's letter that Howard Harkins sent to Gruffley, Girthingham and Grimcloud, solicitors at law there. And you can see their motto, which is no win, still fee. So they will charge you even if they don't win. But he did write a nice, extremely aggressive letter to them. Oh, no, this is the other way around. This was specifically from them to the chief inspector. What else did I have? I have an invite. Madame Eudora Windling sent me an invite. And I did go. It was actually fantastic event. And so she is, there it is, Madame Eudora Windling. She always has such, like, this is velvet. She always has such nice invites. I haven't been to many of her events. I went to a couple of the triple events, they call them. She has a very nice voice. She is one of the founders of, what was the name of the thing she's a founder of? I think it was, anyway, that'll come to me. But this is what the invite says. Madame Eudora Windling graciously invites you to the most exclusive, elegant, mystical conveyance of the year. They all say that, you know. Like, she does this once a month, and they all say that. Right. It says, commune with the most socially exclusive spirits, aristocratic apparitions, and the Edelian elites from beyond the veil. Be blessed with esoteric and arcane knowledge, only accessible to a medium of my renown and brilliance. Ingress commences at 6 p.m. on the vernal equinox, a Gentian's moon turn. And then she's put that in brackets there, 29th of February 1912. So yeah, that was a good one. I really enjoyed going to that. Basically, she did a little bit of a tarot card reading, and then she, what else did she do? Sorry, it was a long time ago now. Almost 100 years ago. More than 100 years ago. She did a tarot card reading, and then she does this thing where she talks to ghosts. That's right, she goes into this little booth, and she would just talk to ghosts. And she did cold readings on the audience as well. So she was like, I see somebody in this room who has a grandfather with a letter G in his name, or a grandmother with a letter M. Mary, it's always Mary. At one point in England, 1 in 3 women were called Mary. So I think that's how she used to do it. I think she might have used a gramophone as well. I'm not accusing her of anything. Just, I'd want to be very clear that I'm not accusing her of fraud, because she has very good lawyers. And but it just struck me as a certain level of trickery to what she did. Hello from France. 3 a.m. and you can't sleep. That's nice. Perrine, is it? The worst part of Speak Talking to Ghosts is how taciturn they are. I mean, that is very true. They're very hinty, aren't they? You know, I would just say, you know, tell my granddaughter that I loved her playing the violin, and I missed that. But they wouldn't say that, would they? They would say, tell one of the people in the audience, a female person, that the thing that they played musically, I found to be settling in my old age. And it's like, just come out with it. So, right, I'm going to move across. Elocution lesson from Lizzie. Must remember to take. Getting tired of 2 2:20 a.m. Well, that's the time to be tired, isn't it? 2:20 a.m. Yeah. So maybe get yourself. Look at this one. This is an old photograph I found, and if you've ever watched the Captain Wolf videos, you know that the love of his life is Lady Smythe Leon. And this photo, first of all, it shows what she looks like, and it also says her name. Clearly she calls him Wolfie. It says, remember this, Wolfie? Oh, my love, Ava. So Lady Smythe Leon's first name must be Ava, which is cool to find out. And there's a picture of her, so we get to see what she looks like. Do we want to see what Ava Smythe Leon looks like? I was surprised when I saw her. Anyway, so there she goes. There she is. Little hat on there. And she sort of strikes me almost as a... What do you say? Strikes me as a sort of Indiana Jones type figure. It's a nice photo. Put it there. And that cover up Emily, we'll move Emily across here. Private place there. We'll move the letter as well. So, I think it's probably about time for another poem. And, no, it can't always be you, Emily. Like, we have to do other poems. Well, okay. Yeah, I've got that one up, so that we can do that. Okay, so the next poem is just a little bit of The Lady of Shalott by Alfred Lord Tennyson. On either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye that clothe the wold and meet the sky, and through the fields the road runs by to many towered Camelot. It is a very silly place. The yellow leaved water lily, the green sheared daffodilly. That's what they used to call it, daffodilly, instead of daffodil. I think I prefer that. Daffodilly. Let's start calling it daffodilly from now on. And I'm distracting myself, sorry. Tremble in the water chilling, round about Shalott. And of course this is the Lady of Shalott. And she's not meant to look outside. She's just meant to weave and not look, because she has a curse. And there's a section about her which is very famous that I'm looking for. Wow, this is long. This is a long poem, isn't it? It's about the curse upon me is here. The mirror cracked from ear to ear, cried the Lady of Shalott. More poetry. A little bit of Ulysses. No, we'll not go with Tennyson again. Should we do a little bit of William Wordsworth? I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high over vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodillies, beside the lake, beside the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze. Continuous as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way, they stretched in never-ending line along the margins of a bay. 10,000 I saw at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance. The waves beside them danced, but they outdid the sparkling waves in glee. A poet could not help be gay in such jocund company. I gazed and gazed, but little thought what wealth the show had me brought. For oft when I on my couch I lie, in vacant or in pensive mood, they flash upon my inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude, and then my heart with pleasure fills, and dances with the daffodils. You know, I can't do that. I have something called aphantasia, which means my mind's eye is blind. So when someone says, close your eyes and think of an apple, anytime I close my eyes, all I see is darkness there and nothing more. Deep into the darkness peering, that's all I've got. So I don't see anything. Which is, I wonder how many, does anybody else have aphantasia out there? Curious. It's, you can get it in different levels of severity. So you might be able to see only like really grey images and nothing vibrant. Or you can have hyperphantasia, where you can see things as if it was just real again. But mine is the full darkness. I can't see anything. Yeah, look it up. It's fascinating. I didn't even know about it until a few years ago. When people said, oh, imagine a calm blue ocean, I always assumed it was just like just words, you know. It's like they would say, oh, imagine a calm blue ocean. I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, it's just a metaphor. People don't actually imagine a calm blue ocean. But no, apparently you do. And that was a great surprise to me. Look at this card. This one is the Two of Bats. If you have ever played Fallen London, or seen some of my Fallen London videos, you know there are not hearts and diamonds, and there are not clubs and spades. It's rats, bats, cats, and hats. Fezzes. These are fezzes. Let's put that back. But the Two of Bats has a little bit of a stain on it there. Yeah, I like that one. Looks like red wine. I think that's a red wine stain. And this is the Nine of Cats. But look, 9 lives. And it looks like a lot of them are scratched out. 1 life left. That's worrying, isn't it? Right. What else do we have? There's the Jack of Rats. Rats in Fallen London are very talented. There's some of the pressed flowers on it. Hello Dreamer, you did catch it. Oh, wait there. Someone else has aphantasia. But it's really frustrating that the comments fade. So I didn't really catch who that was, but how cool. Sugar bombs. Oh no, you want to stay away from those. No matter what your doctor says. Today I watched Oopsie Daisy's video you narrated. I enjoyed your collaborations. Yes, that's right. I did. It sounded a bit Attenborough at the time, didn't it? And then the elf found her way back home. I don't know what happened. I did a few takes for her, and she decided to use the one that sounded like David Attenborough. I saw a thing from David Attenborough recently, and it said something like, perhaps it is time, instead of changing the environment to suit the people, we should control the population just to save the environment. And then the first comment said, nobody gave David Attenborough the Infinity Stones, which I thought was a very clever comment. Ink stained. That is a really cool looking card as well. They have gold. It's gold shine to it, all the cards. I think they just make really nice background props, just even if they're just scattered. There's the Eight of Wraps. This is the official rules, and it's been a sticker over it. And the sticker says, do not remove. And it says, for the prevention of moral turpitude, Ministry of Public Decency expurgates this for general betterment of the world. So you can't learn whisk. Apparently there's something dodgy about that. More flowers. Well, there's the King of Cats, which I think is a Queen of Cats. Joker. Four of Rats. Queen of Rats. She's probably Queen of Bats. She's probably an engineer, I imagine. You know what? Let's do a coin. Come back to those amazing cards. We'll do a coin. Think of a question. And let's see if the coin answers it for you. The card we picked out here is famine and feast. So this is the famine side, the feast side, which looks like things are going to be plentiful. Then famine, which is time to tighten our belts. So think of a question that you might want to ask it, and we'll flip it. We'll put it down there. So have it in your mind, what question you'd like to ask. And what do we think? Got the question? Let's see what the answer is. It's feast. Good times are coming. That's nice. Good times are coming. We had feast, and we also had plain sailing. So both of the coins so far have given us great news. Let's do it. Should we do another coin? Let's do another coin. One more. This one is very simple. Yes or no. I'll put these other coins here. So, Newbie Noon, that is so kind of you. I really, really, really appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. That was so nice. And I'm really touched. Thank you very much. I'm going to get myself something nice with that. I think I might get myself a meal with that. Out somewhere cool. So I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And if you have any poetry you want me to read, let me know. And I'll do that. Happily. Or something else you want me to read, happy to do it. This is a half coin. Can't flip that. So yes. Yes or no? Think about your question. We're going to flip it. And we're going to find out what the answer is. So have a think. What's that question? What's that question you want to ask? While you think about it. Remember the Night. This is a poem from the Lewisman set. I'll try to recall if I can do the Night piece again on poems. The answer is no. No. So, heed that warning. And, of course, it is nonsense. T. Smith. People know about the book. That's cool. 1 hour and 43 minutes, and I haven't stopped for a break. And I don't think I've repeated anything. And I also haven't had really a drink of water. Let's see how long we can keep this going. Okay, so this is the pawn. And the Irish Knight, he says, the pawn, the most disposable piece, and also the one who has the furthest to travel. If he can make it all the way to the other side of the board, no matter all of the dangers, then he's allowed to be promoted to any piece, except for a king, of course. And the moral of that is, no matter how hard you work, they'll never make you a king. I'm sure one day they'll have a better system than that, but it'll not be by making pawns into kings. I think that was roughly what he said that night. And again, thank you, Newbie Noon. And I would love for David Attenborough narrated footage from me making dinner. Yes. And now we find the man scrambling eggs and adding some parsley and sage. Of course, sage has always been one of the critical members of alchemical scientific progress. I don't know. You have to give me lines. Ain't that the truth? I work every day and I still don't own a mansion with 3 dogs and a beautiful wife. Well, here's the thing. What was your name there? Sorry. A Sea of Serpents. Here's the thing. There was Rousseau, a philosopher, French philosopher. It's okay, we forgive him. And he said that you're only poor if you can't afford the things that you want to buy. So if as long as you can afford all the things you want to buy, then you're not poor. I don't really have anything that I want to buy, if I'm honest. Nothing occurs to me right now, the night. So I don't consider myself poor. Don't have to worry about that. Very easy thing for this champagne socialist to say. Okay, let's keep looking at these guys. Oh, look at these fancy hats. Don't you miss hat boxes? God, I miss hat boxes. You know, I remember you would get on the steam trains and you'd be like, wow, I can't believe Isambard has done it again. This is just like an amazing piece of machinery. And hey, Amy. And you'd get on there and there'd be all the hat boxes. Ladies' hat boxes, gentlemen's hat boxes, and things like that. But you don't see that anymore. You hardly see hats at all anymore. What was that, Emily? Yes, Emily says she misses it as well, even though she was never the biggest fan of hats. Fair enough. Yeah. Do you ever write any poems about hats? She's shaking her head. She didn't write any poems about hats that she can recall. Although, in fairness, she did write over 2,000. So, it'd be pretty tricky to remember them all. Okay. Ace of hats. Jack of bats? That sounds nice, isn't it? The Jack of bats. Who do we have here? Oh, look at this regal looking one. Queen of cats. And it looks like a tiger. Tiger, tiger burning bright in the darkness of the night. Queen of rats. Joker. Queen of hats. This, I think, is Queen Victoria's daughter. The incognito princess, as they call her. Because she would travel around London pretending not to be rich. So I remember taking her around on my skyship, and she came on board and she had these furs on, and she had this small tiara on, and she was just like, I say, I'm a normal person and I would like to travel on the world with you if that's possible. I'd be more than happy to work. And then I brought her on board, put her to work. I mean, I say work, we just had her like pretend that she was a lookout. I mean, she wasn't really looking out for anything. What are you going to hit? And after about 2 days, she came into my room and she was like, I have a secret to tell you. I'm actually the daughter of Queen Victoria. And she took off her little tiara and then she put on a much bigger tiara. And I think she thought she'd fooled us all. But she eventually became quite good at her job. She was very dedicated to travel, although she did not like roughing it, for sure. She had lots of hat boxes. Like, I remember her coming on, and she was like, I want to work in the engineering part. It's like, you're not going to work in the engineering. It's all oily. You know, that's the reason that we salute with our palms down, so you can't see the oiliness of their hands. So I was like, no, you're better off as a lookout, I think. So she did some of the lookout, except when it was chilly. And then she went below deck, which I was perfectly fine with, because, as I say, is this Jack the Ripper? The Jack of Hats? I like this one, the Admit one, but there's 2 tickets there. I wonder where this is. Do you think it's the circus? Yes, it's Mrs. Plenty's Carnival. Has anybody there in the audience, have anybody been to Mrs. Plenty's Carnival? It's so good. So I'm just reading Sea of Serpents here. It says, I have an apartment that keeps me warm. One beautiful dog, who I love with all my heart. An internet access. I'm rich in a way. You are rich. You really are rich. That's a beautiful thought and sentiment. The Ace of Bats. No, that's a sentiment. We were talking about Mrs. Plenty's Carnival. So, the Ferris wheel. That's what I liked. I don't like rides that are too fast. So I quite enjoyed Mrs. Plenty's Ferris wheel. And there was the bumper trains. which I quite liked. They did have roller coasters, but they're too fast for me. Don't know. Mainly, one of the things I remember is the food. They had this like candied stuff, but it was like a cloud. It was almost like it was made of floss or something. That was great. And they also had rubbery lumps. Have you ever had rubbery lumps? If you haven't, next time you go to Mrs. Plenty's carnival, you have to go and get yourself some candied floss. Get yourself some funnel cakes. But above all, you get there and get yourself some rubbery lumps, okay? Trust me. I think they serve them at Margate as well, and Blackpool, and Daisy, you're going to love it, honestly. Blackpool, Margate. Don't get any black market rubbery lumps. I'll not go into exactly why, but I think we all know why. But so yes, no black market rubbery lumps, only the official one, Madame Plenty's. You can get rubbery lumps tinned, I think, tinned rubbery lumps. But is anybody really eating in the tinned stuff? I mean, I do like it, but I don't think I would have to have a preserved version of it. No. Okay, let's have a look at some of these cards. 9 of bats, 6 of bats, 5 of bats, 6 of cats, 4 of hats. Oh, look at the jack of cats. He's cool, isn't he? Jack of cats. Looks like a tiger. 8 of cats. Oh, there's the little engineer rats. The 9 of rats. Rats? Very talented engineers. Yeah. They can be a little expensive, but they can get into almost any part of the engine, and they're fast. So if you ever do get the opportunity to get a rat on your crew, I would recommend that. So there we go. These are the cards. There were some other cards under here as well, aren't there? We'll just leave them once there. Let's add a few more for effect. There we go. Just shuffle these back in. Rats, cats, bats, and hats. And definitely rubbery lumps. So Amy has asked me, have you seen the Halloween Tarot by Karen Lee? Every deck has a black cat and suits up pumpkins, ghosts, bats, and imps. You know what? I think I might have that tarot card deck. I have about 100 tarot card decks, without exaggeration. So I think I have seen that one, but I didn't get it out today. Only decks I got out were the Literary Witches, of course. I got out the Darkwood Tarot, which we can look at. The Art Nouveau one has, well, I have the Art Nouveau one, but I don't have it with me. But what I do have is the Ethereal Dreams deck, which I think is very Art Nouveau. It's got those nice golden colours to them. Nice and shiny gold colours. We can have a little look at the Ethereal Dreams deck a little bit later. That's my favourite. We'll go into those. These real beauties, these. We'll come back to those. Got plenty of time for that. And the Darkwood Tarot I mentioned already. We have that was a very saucy one. That I haven't really used that one, so I don't realise that. And then we also have the Demon Tarot. And I also brought the Edgar Allan Poe Tarot. There it is. And I also got the Woodland Wardens Tarot. We definitely go through some of them. And if anybody has some tarot cards that they're interested in, let me know, because I might be able to find it. Yeah, let me know. I might be able to find it. Yeah, think I might have the pumpkin one. I'd have to search. Latin exam tomorrow. Cozy company to prepare. A Latin exam. Wow. I love that. Okay, the Fatalist. You know, one of my favourite things to say is, who watches the Watchman? Tell us how you say that in Latin. Is it like pro quodis, custom, custodum? I don't know. You tell me how to say who watches the Watchman in Latin. Senatus populus quorum Romanus. I don't remember much Latin. SPQR. But yes. Which, let's have a look. Little quick sip there. Darkwood Tower. Yeah, I mean, I also have the deck of many destinies. I wish people who are interested in tarot, I wish I'd brought them all. Let's bring Poe to one side for now. And we might look at the Woodland tarot cards. And I am hearing from Emily that she would like it if I did another one of her poems. So, not a problem. We can do another one. It takes a little bit of time because she hands me it, and sometimes I can't read the writing. So, let's have a look. Which one do you want me to do now? Let's have a look. I mean, that is one stack of poems. I mean, like, should I just pick randomly out of them? Or it's like 3,000 in there. Okay, oh yeah, let's do that one. That one's very nice, actually. Let's find that one. Interesting thing about Emily Dickinson is and she does not love this. Okay. Quis custodiet ipso custodis. That's it. That sounds cool. I believe she probably wanted, I mean, you can tell me, Emily. Yes, she did want her works to be public domain. But Harvard decided that they would purchase her letters, even though it was hundreds of years after her death, and technically it should be copyright free. But Harvard Press managed to do some sort of cunning trickery so that they could get the copyright to her poems. Which, well done, Harvard, for doing that. Okay, so we're going to do Because I Could Not Stop for Death. That's 479. And she says this is one of her favourites. It's one of my favourites as well, Emily. So, you're in good company. Okay. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. We slowly drove, he knew no haste, and I had put away my labour for his leisure too, and his civility. We passed the school where children strove, at recess in the ring. We passed the fields of gazing grain, we passed the setting sun. Or rather, he passed us. The dews drew quivering and chill, for only gossamer my gown, my tippet only dew. We paused before a house that seemed a swelling in the ground. The roof was scarcely visible, the cornice in the ground. Since then 'tis centuries, and yet feels shorter than the day. I first surmised the horse's head were to eternity. Now, if I'm not wrong, Emily, I believe that is about a grave. Am I correct? I stand corrected. Apparently it's not about a grave. Okay, I've embarrassed myself a little there. And, well, Multiple Strong Minds, it was very nice having you here. Happy holidays from Canada. So, yes, I hope you get some nice rest, and I really appreciate you coming to this. I'm going to quickly charge my phone. Yes, so just charging my phone there. And it means I can't really check the comments as well. How much battery do I have left on this thing? 3 days and 4 hours worth of battery left. That's more than enough, I think. Okay, let's look at some of the Woodland Wardens cards. Come back to the demons. I like the Woodland Wardens cards because every one sounds like a craft ale that was made in Oregon. So let's see. Let's see if we can have a craft beer from Oregon, or a pub in England. So this one is the Boar and the Pumpkin, which stands for confidence. Interesting. Thank you for your compliment on my Victorian Doctor one. Appreciate it. The Frog and Lotus. That sounds like a beer, doesn't it? Yeah, like I usually drink like the Frog and Lotus. It's great. It's actually from like a small place in Oregon. You probably never heard of it, but it tastes like some sort of metamorphosis in your mouth. It's real fine. You just get these undertones of like lotus flowers, and it has this top note of cherry, and all the ales taste the same. Okay, so the deer and oat healing. Interesting. Okay, let's shuffle. Let's find the next one randomly. What's our card for today? Let's find out. The otter and the cattail. I always quite liked otters. Cattails, you know what they're good for? Tinder. You can take a cattail and you can dry it out, and it burns really, really nice. Pacific Northwest Tinglesmith was not in my 2024 bingo card, but I'm here for it. What is on your Tinglesmith 2024 bingo card? Let's see if I can hit a few more of them. So yeah, you can use that as Tinder, and you can. Yes, I'm not sure if you can eat the stems, but the vulture and the thing I can't pronounce. We'll move on. The finch and the peach. The beaver and the birch. What's this one? The lizard and the pitcher plant. Yeah. Oh yeah, I quite like lizard ale. It's from the pitcher plant, which is an independent microbrewery, and it does like some fantastic stuff. It does Cayman Island beer. It has like this undertone of poppy. I'm not going to mock Oregon anymore. I like people from Oregon, and I like craft ales, which is why they sound like craft ales to me, because I've drank quite a few craft ales. Do people like craft ales? They're nice, aren't they? Only thing I don't like about them is the limited run ones, because what happens if I like it, and then I end up liking it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you really like that ale?" I'm like, "It's one of my favourites." And they're like, "Well, tough, there's none left." And you're like, "What? Are you going to remake it?" And they say, "No, we'll not be remaking that. It's very popular." It's like, well, why wouldn't you remake it if it's popular? Like, you've completely lost the whole point. So that's it. That's my favourite beer. It's gone. I can't drink it anymore. The Crow and Dogwood. We've got a crow. We've got Edgar Allan Poe. We've got the crow. This one's cute. The squirrel and chestnut. This one as well. I mean, all of these cards are so nice. The butterfly and the snowdrop. The badger and the ginkgo. What's this? Oh, I like bats. The bats and the hellebore. Bats are an interesting little creatures. I created a tarot card deck, and I had the bat as the hanged man in there. So that was quite nice. I just want to keep going with these things. Look at this one. The raccoon and the sycamore. This is like the duck and the chrysanthemum. That's a very scary looking duck, but these are just very cool oracle cards. They're not tarot cards. the sheep and the blackberry, the weasel and pine. Weasel and pine sounds like a fragrance to me. Oh yeah, this is Weasel and Pine by Penhaligon. Yeah, it's a fragrance for all the hair in the old. They also do sound like that. They do sound like drinks from the Three. They sound like all of these things. The Seed and Sickle Oracle deck. I do not know that one. I don't think. But they do. They sound like Aesop's fables. Let's just pick a random one. And let's see if... No, this is just such a foolish idea. It's not going to work. But I'm just going to pick a random card. And we'll see if we can make an Aesop's fable out of it. The Coyote and the Dead. I don't even know what that is, that one. So let's just try a different one. The Bobcat and the Blackthorn. You know, once upon a time, there was a bobcat, and it was one of the most ostracized of all of the cats. And the Cat Council decided, they said, look, we're going to have to expel you because your behavior is unacceptable. And so he wandered for a while on his own, and the Cat Council were suddenly struck by a lack of vitamin blackthorn. And the bobcat, of course, he knew exactly where you could get lots and lots of blackthorn. So he came back, the blackthorn cat of the group, and he... What am I even talking about? Anyway, he's welcomed back. Apologies if it's rambling, because I've been talking non-stop for 2 hours and 7 minutes now, without any break or any prepared materials. So it's going to get rambly, that's just how it is. I promised we would look at this deck, didn't I? Ethereal Visions. It's a great deck. 2 of Wands. Look at the 6 of Wands here. Look at that beautiful horse. It's very pretty. And a nice costume. Ramble away. I came here expecting ASMR rambles, no worries. Listening to your ramblers is right. Thank you all. Thank you all for your sweet, sweet lies. Okay. The 8 of Pentacles. Yes, whatever. Oh, look at this. Look at the Magician. How stylish that is. Is he the one on the deck? No. But I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Is he not? Is he on the back? Where's this dude from? Yes, he's on the back. There he is. You can see him close up. I do like that one. The gold. All of them have this nice gold reflection to them. What else do we have? The Hierophant. Justice. The Owl. And she's blind. Justice is blind. Is it? Is Justice blind? I don't know. Maybe it used to be. Maybe back in the day. But I feel like justice is doled out quite unequally nowadays. I tried my hardest to sound... I actually thought you were being sincere. I thought all of you were being sincere, and I appreciate that. Just trying to make you smile. That was all. Look at this hard-working dude. The 7 of Pentacles. It's just all this... He's looking now at all his hard work, and it's paid off. It's grown into something magnificent, which is what that card means. Ace of Swords. Grabbing something that might harm you. You know, you're going, yes, this is my prize, but maybe you're grabbing it from the wrong place. 3 of Cups. We have the 4 of Cups. The Devil. There should be chains, but there are no chains. The Devil is usually loosely chained people, and sort of the chains are psychological. Knight of Pentacles. King of Swords. 5 of Swords. The Hanged Man. The Hanged Man. Upside down by the foot. So the Hanged Man means looking at things from a new perspective. And you can see he's holding on to the rope, and he could easily get free. but he's doing it deliberately because he wants to be able to see things from a different angle and to experience new things. And so the idea behind that card is to, if you feel stuck, look at things from a different, put that one down there, cherry. Look at things from a different perspective. I think you should always be trying to look at things from a different perspective. Really, shouldn't you? Maybe I'm guilty of not doing that enough. Queen of Cups. You know, I forget like what the Seven of Cups is for, but it looks crazy. I mean, look, what's going on in the Seven of Cups? Yeah, tarot. Like, okay, so usually it's the cups. You can work. You just, it's emotions and things like that. You can work out what they are based off your first knowledge is emotions, deepness, cup. That's how you start. And then you just know most of them by heart, but then you can also guess from the visuals. And this one just throws me, like, it's this person wearing a blue robe, first of all, and they've got a mask, but they're taking the mask off, and it seems like there's no face, and they're holding a skull, and they have a weird lizard thing, like, wrapping around. Like, what's this all about? What's that all about? Okay, Six of Cups. The moon. I think anyone who's new, one of the things we're doing is, it is this Queen Victoria. Yes, it is Queen Victoria. Her Majesty. It's from the Doctor one. It's also from Copperhand. Copperhand loves that photo. And if you know Copperhand, or if you know the Captain Wolf, this is Lady Smythe Leon. Love of Captain Wolf's life. You find out here she's called Ava. I never knew that until I found this photo. Yes, but worse for wear, but that's okay. So Ava, yes. So what were we talking about? The moon. Yes. If people are a tarot card, what will you be? What would you be if you were a tarot card? Please drop it in the notes. I would love to hear what you would be. Emily is just telling me here that she would be the moon. And I think she's right. She's changeable. The Fool. The Fool is the best card. I think I'd probably be the moon as well, like Emily here. But I could be persuaded to be the Fool. Yeah, the Fool is zero. It's not. It hasn't got the number because it travels the entire deck. So that's why we have the moon. It travels the entire deck. I'm seeing if I can find. Oh, that was a horrible card there, Dennis. Trying to find the moon in here. We'll come across him. Let's not force it. But yes, the moon. Swear not by the inconsistent moon, lest your love be likewise. Something like that. Ten of Swords, worst card in the deck. So let's just move on from that. Lovers, I see. King of Hearts. Yes, you're correct. You don't know anything about tarot. The Ten of Wands is love from Spain. Hello, Spain. Alison Peacock is the Lovers. Amy Myers is a hermit and the priestess. The High Hermit, maybe we should call you. Amy the High Hermit. Page of Pentacles, reflecting on a limited amount of wealth. Now, the High Priestess, there she is. Amy, there you go. Side by side. High Priestess. Love it. The World. A little saucy, that one. Temperance. More Captain Wolf, please. Morgan, it's my favourite to do Captain Wolf. I could do an interview that he did with the new Scottish Yard a little bit later. That would be fun. But yeah, him and Copperhand, and I like the Victorian Doctor. I like all the steampunky ones. But I do like quite doing Captain Wolf's voice. I don't, I think I base it a little bit off Laurence Olivier. You know, like Laurence Olivier's reading of like the Bible and things like that. And in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. So that sort of thing. What do we have? The Four of Wands. Page of Pentacles. The Four of Swords. Grey statue. Stuck in your ways. Eight of Cups. Reflection. The Wheel of Fortune. That one's really nice because it has this green, but then it has this whole thing. I like that. I feel like that one's on here as well somewhere. Yep, there it is. No. Yeah, it's on the box somewhere, that one. Page of Swords. Swords is like I don't know. If tarot cards were houses, Harry Potter houses. More game, by the way. Let me know if you want me to do that pump thing. Let's see about President Henry. Yeah, like, what would they be? There's the other one. There you go, Amy. There's your hermit. Come out. I've recorded him. I've recorded 2 more Victorian doctors. I just haven't released them yet. Because I haven't had a chance to edit them. That's the only reason. So, definitely coming. But then, I said that about the night. You know, there's like part 1, part 2, and part 3. The opening, the middle game, and the ending. And I recorded the ending a year and a half ago. I will get to it. Maybe I'm the tower. Too chaotic. Jumping from one thing to another thing. 9 of Pentacles. What have we got here? The Ace of Wands. Page of Cups. The Page of Cups is the wacky one. It's got the fish in the cup. And it's like whimsy and craziness for sure. It's actually maybe my favorite card. Yeah, I think if I'm not a hermit, I'd like to think of myself as a Page of Cups. I don't know about that. The Star. That one's a cool one. The 9 of Swords. Nightmares, dreams, mockery. This one's cool. The Arise. Do we know what the Arise is? It's not really a card. It's just been made up. They added a few extra ones. It's called the Ethereal Visions. They added a few extra ones to be nice. So, the 3 of Swords. Heartbreak, sadness. Well, we'll definitely do that. I'll get through this deck, and then by that time, hopefully my phone is charged, and I can read out his interview. King of Cups now. Wow, he looks pretty stylish, doesn't he? Look at that dude. I feel like the king. Let me find those cards. The King of Cups. I mean, he is clearly. Where are you, cards? Where are you? Maybe I'll put them back. Yes, here we go. I found them. So there we go. The Wolf and the Rose Hip. So this man clearly makes micro brewery beers, and I think his last one was called the Wolf and Rose Hip. It has it's a strong, fierce beer, perhaps a sort of dark ale, and it has this undercurrent of rose hips. So yes, the King of Cups there makes beers. He lives in Portland, I think. Yes, don't hold me to that. Can't be sure. 5 of Cups. No use crying over spilt milk. A wasted opportunity. 8 of Wands. The Empress. Queen of Swords with her innocent little parrot, but not to be mistaken for innocence. The Lovers. Somebody was a Lovers. Somebody mentioned that they would be the Lovers card. 3 of Wands. King of Pentacles. Looks a bit like that guy's dad. Five of Cups, Nine of Cups, sorry, Five of Pentacles, King of Wands, Three of Pentacles, the Knight of Cups, pretty cool looking as well. Don't drink and drive though, or drink and ride. Judgment, Strength, Infinity, the Infinite card. Actually, it's number 8. Strength, Pentacles. There's another Knight of Wands. Cups. Who's this lady here? Queen of Pentacles. Very stylish. The Emperor. Got the Sun. Somebody was the Tower. Here's the Tower. Wearing a mask. That's going to come off. And it's being hit by, look at that, hit by thunder. From. Will I be doing Lucifer again? Oh, I don't know, darling. Perhaps. I mean, I have thought about it. But then, what exactly? He's already done your karma. I mean, like, what's left? Like, drugs. Like, remember, did anybody watch the Tom's Lucifer? The show Lucifer? He was very good. I enjoyed that show. My name is Lucifer Morningstar, and I really, really love drugs. Yummy, 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 yummy. He's very strange. Couldn't get intoxicated, could he? Had some very funny lines. Binge watched that. God, what's the name of the actor? Tom something. There's the Fool. Who was the Fool? A lot of people were the Fool. Little doggy, innocent doggy, so light-hearted. He's barely packed anything, has he? Is he really ready for this adventure? But he has red trousers. I mean, that's red is the colour of passion. He's got the blue, so maybe he is better than we think, better prepared than we think. But he does look like he's about to step off a cliff. Tom Ellis. That's perfect. Thank you very much, darling. I really appreciate that. Yes, Tom Ellis. Indeed. You know, I feel like Tom Ellis and Astarion could very much be the same person, couldn't they? Ah, don't touch me. Or, oh, darling, I'm hurt. So I feel like Baldur's Gate Astarion and Tom Ellis, this version of Lucifer, are quite similar. Oh, shall I? I haven't recorded a Starion video, and it was it does sound like, doesn't it? And it was a lock picking, darling. Show you how to lock pick, and that I was going to refilm it because they really could have a diva on. I was going to refilm it because I wasn't happy with some of the pauses I made, but then maybe it's perfectionist and I should release it. The reason I wanted to be perfect is because if you've played Baldur's Gate, I've got some cameos in there. So I'm going to run it for charity. And Tim Downey, who plays Gale, I was going to do a Gale video as well. He agreed to be in it. So he has like a little bit where he's like, ASMR. And so Tim Downey's in it. He will be in it. And Devora Wild, if you know who she is, Skva, she agreed to be in it as well. And they're both going to promote it, they say, on their Instagrams. We'll see. I don't want them to. I didn't ask them to do that, but that's nice for charity. So there was Devora Wild and Tim Downey going to be in it. And we have Shadowheart as well. Who does a little bit of visualization, and I think it's quite funny what she does, because she's like, imagine you're in a temple, I don't know, perhaps a temple dedicated to, let's say, Shah, and you feel this warm embrace of Shah, and she has the Shahrian blessing, and it just goes on about Shah and Shah, and then I get to react to her, which is very fun, and I'm like, ugh. Goodness gracious, of course, right, we get the idea. We get the idea, Shadowheart. Yeah, look for the girl with the broken smile, blah, 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 blah. We get it. But I don't think people want to hear this for their ASMR. So I do get to do The Well, that's a new one as well. Yes. And I have a friend who's an actress, and she does Jahira. I would ask Jahira to do impression, the actress, but I don't. She's not. I don't think she has like Instagrams and things like that. And if she did, she doesn't like do them. I did ask another one of the Baldur's Gate one people. I'll not say who it was, but they were very rude and said no in a very rude way. Okay, so Two of Pentacles. I mean, there's not many left. I've sort of said who they were, didn't I? Okay, that doesn't really. I'm not going to say who it was, but it would surprise you. Okay, Ten of Pentacles, Seven of Wands, Eight of Swords, Six of Swords, and I didn't do this deliberately, I don't think. And if I did, it was just purely undercurrent of the brain, which is death. Death. As we all know, and we all love to say it, don't we? Death is not death. Death is change. You know, it's just like a change. But in fairness, sometimes death is a death. It's a change. Sometimes a scar is a scar. Right. So we've done the Ethereal Visions. We can do a random one. But I would like to quickly jump on. Do I have any more of the pieces left? The castle. There's a castle, also known as a rook or a warder in the old games. To put my reading glasses back. I would like to do another coin and then cap them up. Where's my coin bag? Where are you? Oh, here we go. Sun and the moon. Lewis, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really do appreciate it. You didn't have to do that, and that's super nice and kind of you. Someone mentions Ephemeral Rift. No comment. Okay, so the moon. I don't know enough about him to be able to comment. I love your content. Can you please tell me where you purchased those beautiful tarot cards? A lot of them were gifts. So it's not sure. But most of them I got on an online website synonymous with a river in Brazil. So we've got sun, we've got moon. Sun is a brightness. It's just a clear guiding light. And the moon is beautiful but possibly deceptive. So ask your question and we'll see what we get when we flip it. Yes, I have done 2 Victorian Doctor videos. I've recorded 2 more Victorian Doctor videos. But I am slow to release things because I'm slow to edit them. So my apologies, but it's coming. It's coming. Because I recorded them, didn't I? May as well release them. Do you have your questions? We're going to get the answer. It's the sun. Guiding light, brightness, warmth. That's what you want. Yeah. You know what? Every one of these coins has been positive. So nice. We had feast. We had plain sailing. We had a no on the no coin. Fair enough, not ideal. But we got the sun. Well, it depends what the question was, doesn't it? You know, it's like, is something terrible going to happen to me tomorrow? No. No, that can be a good thing. Let's see if my phone is charged. 54%. I think that's enough. Okay. Let's have a look. See if we can find Captain Wolf. Did I close it? I think I might have closed it. It's unfortunate. Let's get the writing here. So this is from my book. This is from my book, Symphony in Shadow and Steam. And should we let's do his personal statement. I quite like that one. It's probably new to most. So he was considered, let's have a picture of him. Let's bring a picture up of Wolfie, shall we? This is some of the suspects. There's Copperhand, look. But there's Wolf, Captain Ichabodium Wolf. And he was interviewed by the police and he had to make a formal statement on the murder of Lord Howard Harkin. And his statement is the weirdest one. And it's this. He says this. I, Captain Nicobodium Wolf, attest to the following being a true recollection of the day of the murder of Lord Howard Harkin. I would like to start by giving some background that I feel would be pertinent to these recollections and the accuracy thereof. Firstly, any timings I may have given might be wildly off. As a sky captain who rarely leaves my ship, unless it cannot be avoided, I'm attuned not to Greenwich Mean Time, but to Her Majesty's perpetual midnight. This somewhat distorts my temporal sensibilities on land. Secondly, sleep deprivation is commonplace amongst the stars. Slumber often evades me. Most days I feel lost in a lethargy resembling that of faint oblivion. My narrative is unreliable at best. Having given you a truthful frame of reference for the lens through which I see the world, I will now proceed. With my interpretation of events, I shall endeavour to be brutally honest, even if it is to my own detriment. I own and operate the skyship the Prometheus. Harkin has a royal charter for the route to New North Wales. For reasons beyond my own, I'm bound to New North Wales by a tragedy, and it is of the utmost importance that I maintain a route, profitable or break even, to this destination. Harkin does not have the monopoly on this route, but he is by far the most influential stakeholder. Upon the current loading of my ship, several undocumented metal crates were brought aboard, with no explanation. I demanded an audience with Harkin to discuss this turn of events. We met at what I believe was 6 p.m. It was actually 3 p.m. So he got that quite wrong. We met at what I believe was 6 p.m. Harkin told me in no uncertain terms that I must deliver this secret cargo to a contact in the last port, or find employment elsewhere. I was very unhappy with this. Such secrecy almost certainly means it contained illicit or dangerous materials. I left without agreeing or declining to do so. At this point in time, I was leaning towards abandoning the cargo. Not because I feared breaking the law. I have found our legal system all too often blocks any path to justice. The just thrive in this unfair empire. I know I just simply did not wish to be beholden to this odious man, even if it meant serious inconvenience to myself. Fortunately, Harkin was found dead the next day, which meant I did not have to choose. I found out from my first mate, and I had the crates dumped onto the docks. I have no recollection of the events between leaving Harkin's office and hearing that Harkin was dead on the ship the next day. I find it doubtful, but not impossible, that I would have killed him during this time. It would have been very out of character if I had. Captain Ichabodium Wolf. So that's his personal statement there. Highly suspicious. You should see his interview. His interview is he has 2 interviews. They bring him back for a second interview, and both are pretty funny because, he is super weird, and his answers are very strange. Let me just bring up the chat because I just keep losing the chat. Go to live to make sure that we can see things moving around. Yes, perfect. And then I'm going to bring the chat back up because I can't really read the chat on the iPad thing I'm doing. Can you tell me where you purchased a way to see those videos? I'm sure they're worth the wait. Editing on your videos is impeccable. It does take a little while, for sure. I think an inscription-themed video would be really cool if you ever play the game. You know what? I've seen it recommended, I think, on my Steam library. Is that the one that's really highly stylized? It looks like drawings. That almost feels like there's a neonness to it. Yes. The video I'm editing right now is another David from the Prometheus. So that's Captain Wolf was on the Prometheus as well, but no, this is David the android. One I quite like doing him. I like Michael Fassbender. It's fine, gossip, so your personal could be told for views and everybody else, but I can barely hear you on the max volume. Is this any better? Oh, a game room with a. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Well, I will check. It's on my wish list. It's on my wish list for sure. But yes, a David video I'm doing soon. On board the Prometheus, it's welcoming you on board. There's two. There's a funny one, which is like treating you to like all the tropes and being funny with all the tropes. And there's a very serious one, which has an interesting ending. Have a little quick drink. A little bit of apple juice. I like doing David because I like Michael Fassbender. I wish I could do his voice. You know, I wish I could do it. But again, you can't like recreate that genius, can you? But it's fun even to have a Merry Christmas from Yorkshire. Let me do the David thing first. The trick, I can't do him. I wish I could do him. The trick, William Potter, is not minding that it hurts. I can do almost anything that could possibly be asked of me. I can carry out directors my human counterparts might find distressing or unethical. So yes, I wish I could do that. Yorkshire, England, sea glass cars. Have you ever been to Haworth? Have you ever been to the Bronte Museum in Haworth? Is it good? I bet it's good. I've always wanted to go. Emily Bronte is actually one of our sponsors for today's video. I haven't even done an Emily Bronte poem yet. And I don't mean to be rude, Ms. Dickinson, but Emily Dickinson has very much monopolized the poetry here. She keeps handing me handwritten poems for me to read out, and they're getting neater. They're easier to read, I must admit. At first they were like, it's not, she hasn't done a, no, honestly, it's not, like, I'm not, let me explain. Okay, so, it's not that your writing is bad, it's that it's just foreign to me. I didn't know how to read in the Victorian times, okay, I learned much later, and so the really detailed cursive is a little bit hard for me to read, so that's why I appreciate the printing. Merry Christmas from Canada as well. Hello, Canada. Whereabouts in Canada? I've been to Canada. I went to Toronto, and I saw a Blue Jays game. Do you like the Blue Jays? Or are you from one of the west sides? Merry Christmas from Brazil. My best friend is from Brazil. Toronto's where you're from. Beautiful. What is it called? The City of the Eternal Rainbow, with the Niagara Falls. Texas. We've got somebody here from Texas. I think it's because my voice is very quiet. I'll try to speak up a little, but I've been speaking for 2 hours and 40 minutes non-stop, so I think my voice is getting quieter. Texas. You know what I think of when I think of Texas? I don't know, this might offend you. I think of propane and propane accessories. I think of Hank Hill and Dale Gribble. They won't let you. Like, I just don't know. I think of Dale Gribble. And maybe a little bit of Boomhouse as well. Got him, you know, they had Lord of the Rings, man. Got it with the old Isildur theme, man. Ireland. Whereabouts in Ireland? Devon. Michigan. Oh my God, we've got all these cool places. Devon. When I think of Devon, I just think a cider. And I think of the Shire. Is that right? Is that how you all sound in Devon? I wasn't dropping no eaves, Mr. Frodo, I promise you. Or is that really stereotypical and unfair? Um, was Poldark in Devon? Maybe. I don't know. But I quite like Poldark. That guy, he played one of the dwarves in The Hobbit. Your ancestors are from Devon, but you've never been there before. I see. Tell me about your voice acting gigs. What have you been working on? France. Perrine from France. I did not expect King of the Hill to be brought up, but it's a welcome surprise. You never saw it coming. I wish I could do a deal, Gribble. Pollard was Cornwall. Oh, yeah, that's right. Cornwall, yeah. I think they're right next to each other. Tell us more about your voice acting. Ooh, so I was in a thing, a spaceship thing called the Sojourn. I played an Irish captain who I was the first mate. If you've ever seen Sharp, the show Sharp about the Napoleonic Wars, apparently he was based off the Irish fella in there. So I had to do an Irish accent. And the person from Ireland who can hear me talking right now, I'd like to just apologise. That was the best. That's the best I can do. And it was fun. That was one of my first little voice acting things. And it was fun because, like, there was a director there. And I said, I don't know, it's like, full steam ahead, Captain. We're just turning right now off the North Bar. And the director would be like, that was amazing. That was just so perfect. I love it. I love it so much. Let's just do it again 150 more times. And I'm like, okay, yeah, let's do that. And I learned the lines, but then I learned two things. I learned the pronunciation incorrectly, so it was already in my head. So I kept doing it. So it's like I didn't have to edit it. The director was there. There was a lot of you have to have hard R's in Ireland, in Irish. Hard R's. Now I know. Okay, now I know to do hard R's. I don't even know what a hard R is. Yes, it was very much like 150 more times. I'm like, okay. I was okay with it because I was translating a script in my mind to an accent. That's not so easy thing to do. So, yes. What was I saying? So I was in that, and that was good. What other things? I haven't really been in any other things. I do narrations for lots of different ASMR videos. So, I was in one with Oopsie Daisy today. She did an elf, and they used me as the narrator. Or Annie asked me to do a Gandalf thing. I don't know if I can do a Gandalf. It's just sort of like I don't know. I can't remember how it went, but it was okay. It was okay. I saw a meme recently where Gandalf was in the truck, the scene where he's with Frodo, and he's smoking his pipe, and he says, "Frodo, I need you to throw some jewelry into a volcano for me." And Frodo says, "How high are you right now, Gandalf?" And Gandalf says, "Yes." And he says, "Gandalf, I'm taking the reins." Interesting question. Do I have theatre background? I wish I had a theatre background, but I don't. I started my life as a particle physicist. That's how I started my life, education-wise, and coming out of university. I did particle physics at Institute of Phenomenology, and I did a lot of research on B mesons and B meson decay. So not theatre, but I wish I had done that because it's more worthwhile. Okay, interesting fact about B mesons actually is when a B meson decays, it has a chiral mismatch is the word I would probably say for it. So it's really like think of a B meson as this, like the way it decays is in sort of like a chiral pattern. Now, it's the only phenomenon we know of so far that decays in a specific way, which is useful. Because if you ever met aliens and you had to ask them, oh, are you made from matter or antimatter? They would say, oh yeah, we're made from matter. And you're like, okay, that's good, we can meet. And then you wait a minute. Are you sure you're made from, because you might just be defining matter as how we define antimatter. And they say, oh yeah, that's a good point actually. That could be the case. And then we'll say, well, maybe there are some experiments we can test out. And there are no experiments you can test out right now in physics that will let you know if something is the same definition of matter or antimatter, except the use of the decay of a B meson. That's the only thing that happens. So we would say, what is the chiral reciprocity, I think it is, when your B meson decays? And the aliens would say, oh, it's 1.6, you're like 1.6, yeah, okay, it's mad. So you could do that. Why am I talking about this? What happened there? Why am I talking about that? Okay. Do people know what this is? Any ideas what that is? Put it here like that. Does that give you a clue? A canopic jar, you're right. Yes. It's you keep organs in there. Yes, this one was made for a child. And this is Anubis there. Yes. Canopic jar of Anubis, the jackal god. Does anybody remember my Howard Carter video? That was one of the most fun videos I ever did. And I'll tell you why. Because I had a full tent set up. And thank you very much, Seaglass. Too nice. I do not believe it's lapis lazuli. Because it didn't cost lapis lazuli money. So that's why I think that it's not that. But yeah, the Howard Carter, he said that time stood still when he went into the tomb of Tutankhamun, he would say. And he said when he got in there, he could see the fingerprints on some of the paint. He could see the wood shavings of someone who had just been making the door, and it's like he just felt he'd been transported back thousands of years in the past. Yeah, Howard Carter was fun. You know, Howard Carter used to do this trick, and I think we can all do this trick at work or wherever, which is he would find, say, 20 artifacts. He's like, nothing, 20 artifacts. And then Lord Kavanan was his sponsor. And Kavanan would be like, have you found anything? And he'd be like, yeah, look, I give you this one. And then Kavanan was like, oh, yeah, this is brilliant. And then, like, he didn't find anything for another week. And Kavanan's like, did you find anything? And he's like, oh, yeah, I found another thing. So every time Kavanan got annoyed, he would just hand out, like gatekeep, just hand out an item. He's like, oh, yeah, I found this today. He found it like 6 weeks ago. He's like, so yeah, you can check that out if you want. It's a canopic jar. It's made of lapis lazuli. So that's what he would do. Just wouldn't release everything at once. When he was running out of money towards the end, they were like, how are we going to find this temple? And he said, oh, let's just dig over here. And then his chief person was like, we dug over there when we first started. And he said, yeah, no, but let's just dig a bit deeper. I don't know, I get a good feeling about it. And then boom, he hit Tutankhamun's tomb. So I never mentioned this, but can you see the name of the cards? Yeah. Storages, definitely unmarked playing cards. That's what they're called. Storages, definitely unmarked playing cards. But they are unmarked, but I show you some that are marked. Look at these things here. There we go. This is called the Carney Tarot. It's just so atmospheric. It's so old looking, isn't it? Look at these cards, they're thick and old. The Tower, Somebody was the tower, I remember. And these cards are marked. So they're old marked cards. And how you can tell is this line here, depending on which card is green, up from this line here, you can, if it's like 1, 2, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you can fill up the traffic lights so you can work out which card is which, and then you can memorize it. And when you do a tarot card reading from someone, you could look and you can say, all right, that's number 15, and you can just, someone picks that and you can be like, oh, I think this tells me that this tragedy ahead. I just get this energy. Yeah, the tower. Just get this energy from it. That there's something chaotic going to happen. And so you can use those to make your reading a little bit. It is mainly, people card tricks. In fact, there are 2 sets, and there's something called the Haunted Tarot, and for example, on Temperance, the face, or the magician, the face is a skull. Everything's the same but a skull. So when you know which card a person's taken, you can quickly sort of palm it and swap it out for the cursed one. And then when the people look through it, they can, hello Sydney, Australia. They can look and be like, oh my god, it's a skull. My only card is this. There's the hermit there. My only card is it's the only one with a skull on it. Australia. What time is it in Australia right now? What time is it in where I am right now? Oh, it's not that late. That's good. Yes. Yeah. I do have another poem. Should we do another poem? Yep. I get it, Emily, but we have to do other poets as well. Sorry, it's just like, if we constantly only do your poetry, then people will think I'm biased. Okay. Okay, we can do a little bit of Tennyson. Okay. I mean, he was well before your time, but okay, let's do it. This is by Lord Tennyson, and it's called Ulysses. I'm not going to do the whole thing. 2:43 p.m. 2612. You're in the future. What's going to happen? Tell us. Christmas Carol. Oh yeah, that's a very good one. God, who did we have in that? We had Moonlight Cottage as the ghost of Christmas present. We had Jim Chi as the ghost of Christmas yet to come. And we had, as the ghost of Christmas past, Blue Whisper. One of my absolute favourite ASMRs, Blue Whisper. And then as Barbara Cratchit, we had Venaria ASMR. Do you remember Venaria ASMR? She stopped doing ASMR. Very sad, that. But we also had ASMR Weekly, the Wizard. The Wizard, who played the young, did a lot of the editing, and played the young Ebenezer Scrooge. Yeah. Actually, I was visited by 3 ghosts a couple of days ago, and they said everything was fine. Didn't have to worry, which I thought was nice. They said it was just a check-in, because they know that apparently that's not going to be always the case. But we had someone from, where did we have Boise? A lot of America. America's a very interesting country. I've lived here for quite a while now. It is not like England or Ireland. It's vast. You know, if you think to yourself, oh, maybe I'll travel from London to Edinburgh. That's long. But you just drive. And it'll take you like 6 hours. But if I'm like, oh, I want to go from New York to Miami, it's like, no chance. That's one impressive drive. Like, oh, I just fancy going from LA to New York. Like, no, that's not going to happen. I quite like LA. What are people's feelings? No, don't tell me your feelings on LA. I liked it when I was living there. The perfect weather. Perfect weather. In California, isn't it? Southern California. Ooh, Uno Panda takes forever. Where are you from then? That takes forever. Is that Australia? I imagine Australia takes a while to get across. It's big and yeah. Like if you put Australia onto a map of America, it's surprisingly big. But then also if you put Alaska onto a map of America, Alaska is massive. California very big as well. Should we do some demons? Demon, burning bright. Queen Victoria. No, we were going to do Ulysses, weren't we, by Tennyson? Let's do some Ulysses by Tennyson. It little profits that an idle king, by this still hearth, amongst these barren crags, matched with an aged wife, I meet in dole unequal laws unto a savage race, that hoard and sleep and feed, and know not me. I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the knees. All times I have enjoyed, greatly have suffered, greatly both those that loved me and alone. On the shores of those scudding drifts of rainy Hades, vexed by that dim sea. And now I'm going to jump onto the next part, which is there lies the port. The vessels puff her sails. There gloom the dark broad seas, my mariners. Souls that have toiled and wrought through with me, that ever frolic took. 'Tis not too late to seek a new world. Push off, and sitting well in order smite the sounding furrows, for thy purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset, and the baths of all the western stars until I die. We are not the strength which in old days moved heaven and earth. That which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong by will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. That's a nice poem. I would really like to hear that poem by Boomhauer from King of the Hill. I think that would be an interesting experience. People remember this? Let's put it on. What do we remember? Do we remember this? My Copperhand. Jonathan Copperhand. I get a lot of questions on him. And not a lot of questions. One of them is, was his name Copperhand before the accident? And it was, yes. He was a coppersmith. Copperhand means coppersmith. And actually this isn't made of copper. This is made of brushed steam-powered giraffe, yeah. Brushed orange steel. So they don't use copper for prosthetics like this. It'd be too soft, unless it was an alloy. But also copper, it rusts up, doesn't it? Verdigris, they call it. So no, orange pressed steel is the best way. So Copperhand is not named for his copper hand. Mm-hmm. Can I ask if people know who this is? Do people know this fellow? If you need a close-up, here you go. He's got a cat there in his hand. Do we know him? I never tried this magnifying glass thing before. It works quite nicely. Huh. All this time I've just been like, no, Poe is this one. There he is, look. It's not Game of Thrones. I'll give you a clue. It's my favorite actor. You like the poem? He is cool, isn't he? He's very cute. And his little skull there. Beautiful little mustache on him. It is Vincent Price. 3 hours have passed, so I think we can play this little game, if you like, which is, what albums do I listen to? I have 4 albums that I listen to all of the time, and they're my main albums. Can you guess what they are? I'll show you the first one, if you like. This is the first album that I like to listen to. He was in Michael Jackson's Thriller. Indeed he was. So this is my first one that I listen to a lot. Oops, sorry lady. Which is Ceremonials by Florence and the Machine. The insides of these things always look good. There we go. It's got some amazing songs on there. I think maybe my favourite Florence and the Machine song. There we go. No Light, No Light. Cranberries. Okay, well, I mean, if that's your guess. So this is my first album. I'm not going to slow down, so you're going to have to guess quick. I'm going to show you my second album now. The second one I listen to often is Dance Fever by Florence and the Machine. Very cool inside. I'll show you the inside. Isn't that cool? So not the Cranberries. No. Yes, there we go. Let's see, what's my third album I listen to? Any guesses? Dark Side of the Moon is a very good guess. Sinead O'Connor is a good guess. But no, it's Lungs by Florence and the Machine. And this is an excellent album. There's Florence Welch there. And these are the tracks. And there's not a side 1 or side 2. There's an in and an out, which I think is quite good. The Dog Days Are Over is one of my favourites. I don't really like Florence and the Machine, no, actually. Dreamy Vinyl. I have a gramophone. I listen to these. That was a joke. I really do like Florence and the Machine. I have a gramophone that I listen to things on. I could show you it, but I'd have to lift it and I'd have to move things. So, Heavy in Your Arms is such a good one, isn't it? I was a heavy heart to carry. Yeah. My liver was weighed down. And the 4th album, can you guess what it is? They're not cheap. It's Rebel Diamonds by The Killers. No skippable songs on this. It's a compilation, but look at the inside of this. They're one of their really good albums is what's it called? One of their really good albums. Sorry, a little bit of noise there. One of their really good albums is. That's my garage opening. Let me open this. Sam's Town Sam's Town is the name of a hotel in Las Vegas. I take my copper hand off, otherwise I won't be able to open this. If you've ever been to Sam's Town, it's not that nice. Okay, not where I recommend to stay if you ever go to Las Vegas. But look at these discs. Look how cool that is. The diamonds on there, right? But can you guess what the disc looks like? We can guess, can't we? We know what it's going to look like. We know what these Vegas gentlemen and Brandon Flowers had in mind when they created this. Yeah, that's right. It's a roulette with a ball on there, and it spins around, and you get to see the roulette play. Rebel Diamonds. Somebody told me. It's a very popular Killer song, isn't it, Mr. Brightside? That's one of the biggest hits. That never made it to number one, apparently. Was Rebel Diamonds. Sorry, was Mr. Brightside. Rebel Diamonds is words from one of the songs, isn't it? All these things that I have done. One of the lyrics says "Rebel Diamonds in the sky," like rebel diamonds in the sky. I'm gonna do another coin. Gonna do another coin. They're Ultraviolet by U2. Ah, yes. You know what else they did a good cover of? Just downloaded Lungs. Yeah, Lungs is possibly one of her best albums. I mean, it's hard for me to go between. What I was going to say is Romeo and Juliet by Dire Straits. The Killers did a version of that. And Lungs, I don't know, I think Lungs is maybe my favourite. Right? I mean, you've got some amazing tracks on there. Dog Days Are Over. Howl is a good one. Cosmic Love. You've Got the Love. That's a cover. You've Got the Love. But I don't know. It's a good one, but I think Ceremonials is my favourite because it's got No Light and Several Devils and Shake It Out. So these are very, very good Florence song. Very nice voice. We were going to do another coin. Let's find coins. Where are they? Yep, this one. Thank you. You know, it'd be very interesting for you to listen to them and tell me what you think. Put a comment on this and just say, "Oh wow, Tingsmith, your choice of music is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Never ever. When We Were Young, yeah, it was a good one, so wasn't it? Or what's the one where the music video has Elvis dancing? Can You Read My Mind? That one. Okay, so this one is Death and Life. Death and Life. So ask yourself a question which relates to that. You know, the green man of life or the overgrowth of death. And again, we don't necessarily mean death. We might mean it's something that is going to change. And then growth just means that something is maybe the time of plenty. So I'm going to flip it. And you're going to think about what you want from it. Dad used to sing it to me when I was a little kid. I see. So you have succeeded in making me feel very old. Thank you. Okay. What are we going to look at here? Do we have our questions? Do you have our questions? Last call for questions. It's the death. It's one of the few negatives we've had so far today. You know, we had the life coin, we had plain sailing coin, we had a no, of course, but we also had the sun, but it is death. So this is change. You know, time for a change. People often think a lot about change. And one of the pieces of advice I like to give is to do with decision making. We often have analysis paralysis in life because of the different options that we have and the results that can come from them are so numerous. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate that. And one thing we don't consider is that there are two types of decisions. There are one-way doors and there are two-way doors. One-way door, once you've made that decision, there ain't no going back. So you really, really do need to think about that carefully. You do need to consider all the different options. I'm starting to think Robert Frost now. I think we're going to do a Robert Frost poem. I'm just going to look over at Emily here. Emily's nodding. She is a big fan of Robert Frost. So we will do a Robert Frost. And then definitely Emily will do one of your poems as well. But then the two-way doors, you can come straight back after you've made the decision. And so if you're making a decision that is a two-way door, then you don't have to have as much analysis. You know, George Patton, I like quotations. Don't necessarily like George Patton. Don't know anything about him. But he said, better a good decision now than a great decision 2 weeks from now. That might apply for warfare. Don't know if it applies for everything. But we're going to do Robert Frost. I think we'll start with Fire and Ice, because I know that one off by heart. I'm going to play with these cards. Some say the world will end in fire. Some say in ice. From what I've tasted of desire, I hold with those who favour fire. But if it were to perish twice, I think I know enough of hate to say that if destruction ice is also great and would suffice. Another one by Frost, which I quite like, is very simple, called Dust of Snow. The way a crow shook down on me, a dust of snow from a hemlock tree, has given my heart a change of mood and saved some part of the daylight road. But why are we doing Frost? We're doing Frost because of the two roads, right? Two roads diverge in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both. To be one travel along I stood, and looked down as far as I could, to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted where, though as for the passing there, had worn them really about the same. And both that morning equally lie in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I should be telling it with a sigh, somewhere ages and ages hence. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I took the one less travelled by, and that has made all the difference. I think a lot of people know this already, but Frost, when he wrote that, sort of was basically saying both roads were about the same. There was no road less travelled by. But when we look back, we'll think to ourselves, yes, I chose the less travelled road, but they were about the same, those roads. But you ended at the right destination. So there's an element of, I think what he's trying to do there is say, don't regret. Don't regret decisions, because sometimes they weren't even decisions in the first place. What's a Starian's juice box? Is that when he sucks your blood? Is it? I don't know what that recall. Oh goodness gracious, darling! I wish I could do a more sustained version of a Starian. What is it that he says? Don't touch me. It's one of the things that he says when you click on him. What is it? When you get rid of him from the party, it's like, oh, darling, I'm hurt. Are you sure? And then you're like, I'm sure, Starian, you just stay back. So that's one of the... What are the other little lines that a Starian uses? Don't touch me. The lightest of touches. He does that one as well, doesn't he? Oh, the lightest of touches. when he does when he's picking locks and things. It's, yeah, cool character. Already talked about this, but gonna have for some of the actual real voice actors in my Astarian video that's coming up. Voice act in a game. Yes, I would like to do that. I don't know what game. I could do Fallout, maybe. Yeah, they do that, don't they? Be quiet. Let's not disturb anything too much. Here. Lock picking. That was the thing I did for the videos, lock picking. I feel like I'm going to. Oh, I just made a sale on a Symphony and Shadow on Steam. So if anybody bought that on Gumroad, because I did some of the props, I really appreciate that. And yeah, my Gumroad Shadow on Steam. There is another one coming called Death in the Skies. Voice acting Elder Scrolls 6. How cool. Yes, that would be amazing. I did play Skyrim. Oh, so you're finally awake. Good. I know its last thoughts should always be of home. Yeah, you just can't not forget that Skyrim. What a game. I think they're updating it with AI so that you can talk to anybody forever. Just like full depth to it. I would do indie games. You know what I thought would Disco Infernium, would that count as an indie game? I don't know. But yeah, I would do indie games. I mainly play indie games. One game I play has been early access for the past 12 years. That's proper indie game stuff, isn't it? Yeah, Disco Elysium. What did I say? Is that indie? Do we think that's indie? Maybe. Maybe not. Did I ever tell the story about behind this lamp? I bought it on eBay, and I thought it was going to be about that big, but it's this big. So I use it as Howard Carter, somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full. Well, apparently there's a limit, somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentration power of the sun. Nice. So I used it for Howard Carter for close-ups, and cute. But you know, one of the first things I learned about it, burning away, and then saying, "Oh, let's examine a canopic jar," is it gets red hot. Touch this, like burn. If you watch the video when I first pick it up, it's like like that, and I sort of my face doesn't show it, but that was a bit painful. Okay, put that to the side. God, lamps, green lamps. Don't work with green screens either. Did I do the king? Heavy is the head that wears a crown, I think was what the dude said to that one. Queen Victoria. This is a prop from Howard Carter, one of the things that he found. I 3D printed this. I 3D printed a lot of these things. My Lewis Chessman said I 3D printed, but then later on someone got me as a gift like the actual weighted wooden ones. Yeah. Indie game studio in a couple of years when we're done college. Solution perhaps have that, let me know. A couple of years. Okay. And let me know. I'd be more than happy. I don't know what my real voice is anymore. But I would be more than happy to do some voices. Actually, I've done like a couple of different roles. And yeah, there was that Sojourn, there was a couple of other things as well. But every time it was like, oh, we want to pay you a fair market rate. What is that? And I'm like, I don't know. You just say whatever you want to say. And then they say the number, and I'm like, okay, perfect. I'll just give it to charity. So they don't like that. It's like, oh, I don't know if I'm comfortable giving it to charity. And you're like, why not? And they're like, because there's going to be a lot more lines, and we want to make sure that you're interested in it. It's like, look, if the lines are all right, I'll continue to do them. So that's what I typically do. I should have made this a charity stream, but I don't really know what I'm doing when it comes to live. I think this is only the second time I've went live. I have Arcane Oracle, which is tarot card reading channel, and I have went live on there once or twice. Do you think these things work? Like, really? Let's move these to here. Let's move these to here. All the little coins here. Do you think these work? I don't know. Did I really? Like, am I really going to tap this and it's going to tell me what the weather's going to be like? Is that real? I don't know. Looks cool, but I don't know if it's real. What's it saying? Very dry. What I can tell you now, where I am, is not very dry. So this one is broken. Do people have questions for me? I've been talking for 3 hours and 21 minutes now. And Solus, he was cool, wasn't he? Yeah. I don't know if I could do a Solus impression. It's I feel I can do a little bit of Irish. I can do Tom Ellis's version of Lucifer, okay-ish, not brilliant, and which is Historian. Historian is the same, darling. And I like doing Michael Fassbender, even though I'm not that good at it. The trick, William Potter, is not minding that it hurts. The trick, William Potter, is not minding that it hurts. I can carry out directors my human counterparts might find distressing or unethical. So I do like doing Dave. I play Dungeons and Dragons. And we also sometimes do Monsters of the Week. I'm very lucky. Because I play with some ASM artists, my friends. And we did Monster of the Week, and we had to have a temporary character. So I played Tom Ellis's crazy Lucifer. Like, my name is Lucifer, and I really love drugs. Yum, 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 yum. Can't get enough of them. So, like, he was just like a debaucherous figure that was fun to play, because don't do drugs. It's not cool. But it's funny to see crazy Lucifer talk about those. That's true, I have recorded 2 Victorian doctors. The favourite one is the Sweeney Todd accent. I was trying to do a Cockney, wasn't I, for that one? Trying to do myself the old Cockney accent. I was trying to work in as much Cockney rhyme slang as I could. Now, if you don't know much about Cockney rhyme and slang, it's one of those things where you use, it's pretty much as it says, isn't it, really? You would just say something and it would rhyme. That way, you don't have to let the police know what you're doing. So, for example, we're all going to go up the apples and pears. That's your stairs. Or, I've got to go visit me old glass of water. That's your daughter, isn't it? So things like that, and you can. I always thought it would be very fun to create very pretentious Cockney rhyming slang. Like aristocratic rhyming slang. Wouldn't that be nice? Like instead of like apples and pears, or your Aristotle in your glass, it was like your Hylas and your nymphs. Hylas and the nymphs. I don't know what that would stand for, but like we could have Copperhand using that. Indie animation projects, since they're really on the rise. Honestly, I would do anything. I think it's easy to do the voice acting things. Oh, that's not fair. It's not easy. That's not fair. But it's easier than doing a video, because I don't have to put like all the costume on and makeup on and things like that and build a set. So it's a lot less pressure. So if people did have big projects that they wanted me to work on, and you're okay with just donating the money to charity, then I would do it. Yeah. Star Trek language Tamarian. What's Tamarian? Is that like was that really cool episode where it was like Shaka when the walls fell? Or what was it, where it was like Picard and Tamonga on the ocean, or Bikila, his arms wide open. Was that one? I don't know. The Star Trek I liked was called The Inner Light. People, Sothak, his eyes open. Okay, Sokath, his eyes open. Okay, Amy, perfect. Managed to nail that one. The Inner Light. Do you remember that one with the little flute and Picard? God, that one was just so touching. I put a little bit of an Easter egg in one of my D&D quests to pay homage to that episode. The writer from that is creating a new sci-fi series. Don't remember what his name is. Don't remember any of that stuff. But Badger from Firefly, don't know who that is. Come on, I need some questions, guys. Give me a question, or otherwise we're just going to go back to demons. Do you want to see more demons? Is that what we want? Grammary? I've got a lot of other things like that I haven't covered off, like the tarot, the Dark Woods tarot, but how's it going? It's going okay. It's going nice, because all of you are here. I get to spend some time with you, which is an honor. So thank you for that. That's making it go great. If you have a character, I like being Copperhand, because I like doing that posh voice. I really enjoyed doing Carter as well. He was really fun. The Victorian Doctor is easy because it's just me. That's just me. That makes it a lot easier. And I do like the cyberpunk. What classes do I play in D&D? That's a good question, isn't it? Did you know that I can actually tell your class in D&D based off what house you are in Harry Potter? You tell me what house you are in Harry Potter and I'll tell you what your D&D class is. I'd like to play a divination wizards. Although actually I'm mainly a DM. Well, I wasn't for a while. I don't know if you know this, but used to play online on Twitch. Slytherin. Okay, perfect. Then you are a wizard. Ravenclaw. Okay, you're also a wizard. Gryffindor. Yes, you would also be a wizard. Okay. Hufflepuff. Wizard. Yeah. Okay, but it is very cool to hear hear people's houses. Yeah, I think I am a Ravenclaw. I remember someone telling me, they said, "Oh, I'm a Gryffindor," and they said, "I did the test online, but at first I got Slytherin, but then I took it again, and then I got Gryffindor." And I said, "What a very Slytherin thing to do." And I guess that is quite Slytherin, isn't it? What was talking about? Chaotic neutral elf, major Ravenclaw energy, DM here for 6 years, Dr. Sugar Bombs and Blammermark. That was fun, wasn't it? Amy Kay did such a good job of the Curie, the French doctor. Hello, doctor. It is nice to see you. Like, I thought she did a really great job of that, and editing the little robot in there was fun. But yes, I was talking about D&D, so we used to play online with a professional DM on Twitch, and it was me, and it was Jinx. Remember Jinx, ASMR? And Amy Kay, and it was an actress from Hollywood who was very good. I mean, you'd guess. I mean, that would be the case. Yes. And there was Hendril, ASMR Weekly, who, a brilliant person. My best friend, Hendril. I could rave about how great he is for hours. Should we do a section on Hendril? How cool he is. No, he wouldn't like that. Okay, so there was Hendril there, and there was also Amy Kay, Jinx, and Shiver, Me Tingles was there as well. So that was fun. That was my first time I played D&D. Can you imagine your first time playing D&D was in front of an audience of 400 people, live, with some of the greatest role players of our time, and a professional actress? That was Baptism of Fire. That was fun. And we still play, but we don't stream it anymore. And it's not all of us. We don't all of us play. We've got some DM stuff. I do DM on a Monday as well with another crew, which is it's quite fun because I posted it on D&D Beyond, and so I got some people responding, and none of them know who I am, which is cool. So I've never not told them that I do ASMR or anything like that, and they're like, "Oh, you have a relaxing voice," but I've never told them about any of that sort of stuff. Oh, Nuka Cola, Merry Christmas. A stream from you is a gift itself. Thank you, Star. I appreciate that. So D&D. Never finished a D. How come you've never finished a D&D campaign? What's going on there? How come you've never finished one? Tell us more about that. Let my voice rest for a second while you tell us more about that. So, I'm getting nudged by Emily Dickinson here next to me, and she wants me to do another one of her poems, which we can do that. Which one do we? I mean, she's giving me a stack here, and they're all like 1,850, so it's just like really difficult to pick one. And we've done some of the best ones already. Let's look at 591. I mean, I say a stack, I've only got a few to choose from, and I'll tell you why. Because when I grew up in the 1820s, I couldn't read, so I never learned the writing, the cursive writing, and all her letters here are in cursive writing. So she's furiously printing them out for me, like print, so I can read them. We tried the whispering, but it didn't work because there's too much of a delay. So I do have a piece of paper from her now, and it's I heard a fly buzz when I died. So let's try that one. I heard a fly buzz when I died. The stillness in the room was like the stillness in the air, between the heavens, the heaves of storms. My eyes around had wrung them dry, and breaths were gathered firm, for that last onset, when the king be witnessed in the room. I wiled my keepsakes, signed away, what portion of me be, assignable, and then was the interposed a fly, with blue, uncertain, stumbling buzz between the light and me, and then the windows failed, and then I could not see to see. Now let's just quickly consult Emily there for a second. So Emily, I think what you're trying to express here perhaps is not death. Please honestly interrupt me if I'm wrong. But it's sort of a little bit like death, because your eyesight went a little bit, didn't it, before it eventually got fixed. And maybe that was the concern there. She's nodding there furiously. So yes, that struck a chord. Okay, so D&D. I forgot to mention Blue Whisper. Are there any ASMRs that you haven't yet had the chance to work with that you wish you'd worked with before? I'm just going to pull up the YouTube, because all your comments keep fading. So I'm just going to pull it up so I can actually see the actual questions. Maine, someone's from Maine. How cool. I only know of lobster. That's all I know. 451 groups in the let's bring back Nuka Cola Corner Sock. how much fun did you have making your bad romance video? Oh, a lot of fun. That was fun, wasn't it? I made a video recently as part of my Father Ted where I recreated George Michael's Faith video, but I was dressed as a Catholic priest, but I had the tight jeans on, and I had like, I had this on. Let me put it on. Now there's a bit where he claps and he has this on, and so I had that on, and I had an earring on and things like that. I'll never release that, I don't think. I edited it, I watched it back, and I thought, that is funny, and I'm never ever going to release that. Okay, so there was another question though. Any ASMR that I haven't worked with? You know, play with Blue Whisper, the D&D as well. Didn't mention Blue. Blue joined us more recently, and she's an amazing role player as well. ASMR artists I haven't worked with. I don't know. I feel like I've been very lucky. I think I've worked with everybody I've ever wanted to work with, and now I have my group of friends. Is there anybody you guys think I should work with? Like, if people approach me, I don't know much about Jojo. If he came to me asking for, I've worked with Chibi now, so that was cool. If he came to me and approached me with an idea for a video, like if any of the ASMRs out there want me to do a quick voiceover for their video, I'm more than happy to do that. Is that Millie? I think it's quite a good likeness. What do you think? Yeah, Emily thinks it's a good likeness as well. I've worked with Phoenician Sailor, I've worked with Blue Whisper, Moonlight Cottage, Amy Kay, Hendro. I don't want to miss anybody out here, but just so many magnificent ASMR artists. And I've been on panels, interviews. I'm not from anywhere. I'm a traveller. So hopefully that answers your question. I've worked with Jelly Bean Green, Zeitgeist. Very nice people. And when you speak to them, you realise how nice they are. That's very, very kind of you, Sadie. But yeah, the way you pronounce video sounds so familiar to me. Well, where are you, Rez? Maybe that's... What does a particle physicist do? Oh, boring things. We research things. We read. We look at... I only did it for a year. And then I was like, no, thank you. I'm done. And then I moved out of it. Phoenician Sailor, what did I work with him on? Death on the Nile. Yes, Death on the Nile. Newcastle. It sounds like, so apparently I'm being compared to a Geordie accent. Well, I would say I've mainly travelled around, so I wouldn't necessarily call myself a Geordie. That was terrible, wasn't it? Does that convince you I'm a Geordie now or not? I like how are the lads and the like. How about that? Am I Geordie now in your eyes? Does that sound good? Let me try again. Maybe we'll try that again. I didn't know out about anything like that, but I suppose you could get a little bit of an accent on it like that, maybe. Bring Lucifer back. Oh, goodness gracious. I would love to bring Lucifer back. But the question is, darling, what would I bring him back on? Let me think. I suppose we could do like a Lucifer rehab thing, which would go very badly. I don't know, but yeah, Lucifer could be good. But I feel like I'm doing Astarian anyway, which is very similar. So that would be fun. Tom Ellis is from the north, isn't he? I think Tom Ellis is from the north as well. I did do a good Omens roleplay. Lucifer in a therapist session. That's an amazing idea. I'm going to nick that. Yes. And then when people ask me, hey, how did you come with that? I'm like, oh, I thought of it myself. No, I'm just kidding. I will give you some credit. Video. Scottish. I can't do Scottish lass. I can, good Good food. I went out the other day for good food. Tom Ellis is a Welshman, is he? Hmm. 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 Yeah. Interesting. Carbon Poe. Yeah, he was all right, wasn't he? I quite enjoyed doing that. That was Hendrill's thingy. Hendrill was the person who really got me into ASMR. Okay. Um, do you know, I used to watch this show. I don't know if you remember it. It was called Rab C. Nesbitt. Aye, I give you that. Oh, no, no, an easy one. I give you that. It's no an easy one. Which I quite, you could just never understand anything. And were you doing an ASMR based on mythology? What would it be? Oh, I don't know. Like, I think, well, I know what it would. I would do the underworld, and I would do not what's the name of him? The underworld guy. I'd do him. Hades. Yes, that's right. And I would do it as per the Zeus thing. So I would give him a Yorkshire accent for sure. Hello, love. It's Hades here, your Uncle Hades. And just come to talk about Underworld. So I would probably do him in a proper full-on Yorkshire accent. And I've always wanted to do something with Matt Berry. Wouldn't that be nice? Like a Matt Berry type thing. Someone asked me a question that I wanted to go back to, and I never answered it. Let me find. Does my demon deck have realm in it? I'm going to find a realm for you. We'll see. Have I missed any questions? I feel like I missed a question. Let's just looking through. Good Omens roleplay. I did one. I did one with Jim Chi. So check it out. Jim Chi played Aziraphale and I played Crowley, which a bit surprising, isn't it? You would expect it to be the other way. I don't know why you would expect it to be the other way around, but I expect it to be the other way around. I'm looking for no, that's not it. Shacks for us. Oh, that'd be weird. And Barrett, Aim, Cameo, Lucifer, Genofale, Fortis. Oh, I don't see him. I don't see him. There are more demon cards somewhere, but I don't see him in this lot. Anyway, Baron Aphanas. Which one's Baron Aphanas? Is he the he's the Baron who, of course, I can hypnotize him. I can hypnotize anyone. And then he records his hypnotism, and he's like, "You will forget everything you know." And then he's like, "Just wait, Guillermo. I will record it for you." He's like, "Oh no, Baron, you've already. I will record." And then he records it again and again and again. Unlimited funds and time to produce such. What is a dream ASMR background set you would love to produce? Oh, I've made one. My dream one, I managed to make it. And on a reasonable budget as well. I've made a space station. And that's going to be released soon. So that one would be, that's very happy with that. Tony Stark. I don't know. Could I do Tony Stark? I could probably do his dad. Baron Aphanas singing karaoke. What song would Baron Aphanas sing karaoke? I don't know. I feel like it would be a power ballad, wouldn't it? Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely, 'cause you're never coming around. Maybe. What do you think? Who's Billy Butcher? I haven't heard of Billy Butcher. I've never played Hades 1 or 2. Stim packs, 180 stim packs. That's very generous. The Boys. I haven't seen that. Space Station Collab. But that's going to be the David video, and then I'm going to record the bartender, and it's going to be mainly Ramyun, Neil from the Young Ones. I know what the Young Ones are, but is Neil the really long-haired one? the actually only nice one. I hope it's not the Rick Mail one, is it? Is Neil the Rick Mail one? I'll check the boys out. A few people have recommended that to me. So I will get to it. Oh, so here's the long-haired one. That's good. Queen Victoria roleplay. Well, I did a roleplay where I changed Queen Victoria's eye. She got a bionic eye, and we put music and stuff in there. So we did do that. Yeah, that was a fun one. It had what was it? It had some old-fashioned music in there. The Clockwork Eye one. That's right. Daniel Day-Lewis. So I don't know if I could do him. He's too good. Can't copy the geniuses. I mean, doing Neil from the... Imagine... I'm going to go back to that one. Neil from the Young Ones. That is so incredibly obscure. I love it. Like, sometimes I do obscure ones. Like, I've recorded MASH. Hawkeye from MASH. Because I watched a couple of episodes of that. And, but the Young Ones. I'll think about it. The algorithm will hate that. But also the algorithm hates going live, I hear. So the fact that I've been live for 3 hours and 46 minutes probably really burns the YouTube. I don't think YouTube likes me. You know, I think it's one of those things that I feel like I tricked them. You know, they're like, make sure you put content out twice a week, 3 times a week. But then people have put notifications on. So they have to recommend my content. And they're like, oh, but they don't like it. I know deep down YouTube I don't like it. It's like, he's tricked us. He's tricked us. Look at that little tiger there. Yeah, YouTube is, yeah. That's nice. That's what it does. It's like, oh, we'll not show him to new people, but we'll show him to his fans. I don't begrudge it. You know, I do consider myself one of the worst ASMR artists of all time, if not the worst. My triggers are bad. I love that card. My stories have humor in them, which doesn't help people go to sleep. And I'm not fishing for a comment there. Just saying. You know what people have described me as? Which the most flattering thing I've ever heard is, what was it that they said? It was a famous ASMR artist. They said, you're ASMR artist's favourite ASMR artist. That's what they said. And I thought that was very flattering. And Moonlight Cottage and Amy Kay both said that I was their favourite ASMR artist, which was very nice. I'm sure that they say that to everybody. You have the best voice in stories. Well, thank you, Sherry. Thank you for all. You pretty elf boy. Thank you. You're definitely my favourite ASMR I've found. Anytime you're a pretty elf boy, and I'm here for it. I do like playing elves. You know, the first time I played D&D, I dressed as Thranduil. Full on. And that was fun. Came in with the wig, but Jinx was there, and she really came in with an amazing costume. Jinx is amazing at costumes. So, but I had the hat and stuff on as well. I just love these cards. If you've just joined us, if you've been here for a while, you must be sick of me showing these cards. But I'm sorry, I just love them. They're just so nice. The Tudor roleplay. Yeah, that was based off a Blackadder one. Well, that's very nice of you as well, Sadie. Yes. It's Arcane. Yeah, I don't know. I thank you again for your compliments. I appreciate that. Which character? I haven't watched series 2 yet, so I don't know what character I would do. You always seem to new and unique content for you to draw your attention. Thank you again. That's sort of what I aim for. I don't like to. I mean, there is a thing, a concept called channel authority. And so if you do the same types of videos, you get boosted. So YouTube goes, oh wow, this person did a doctor video, then a doctor video. Let's boost them. And I'm like, no, thank you. So I do myself damage by not building channel authority. But it would be boring. Yeah, I could do a Skyrim. That could be fun. That was Henryl's collab. He did an amazing job of that. I'd definitely do a second one. He had the beard and everything. Victor. I was thinking about the bad guys. I like playing bad guys sometimes. Yeah, and so I think he would be a fun one to do. Yeah. So, put another one on here. A Witcher roleplay. You know, we were going to kick off a Witcher roleplay. Coolness authority. Tim, you're too nice. Who would I be though? What, Dandelion? I mean, I'm not going to be playing The Witcher. Hey, this is just, I don't think I could keep it up to have that weird Henry Cavill voice. I've got to make some potions. That's going to be the way it's going to have to be. I need to teach you how to use some of the hexes. Phoenician did do that, didn't he? Renfield. Which one? Oh, Renfield? Like vampire? Renfield? Yeah. Could I think, yeah, Dandelion, or I wouldn't mind doing a Dragon Age one. I always liked Dragon Age, but I can't really think of a character from Dragon Age that I could do, because you got to look a little bit like them as well, haven't you? Not that much, but there's only so much you can do with makeup. Yes. So, like, what would I like doing Poe. I like the little moustache. I would like to do a Vincent Price, but I can't really do that transatlantic nice voice that he has. But that would be a fun one as well. I did a Sherlock. Could do another Sherlock, because so many different people have played Sherlock, haven't they? Van Helsing would be fun, wouldn't he? I'd have to get a crossbow, and that would work. Van Helsing teaching you how to hunt for vampires. I've always wanted to do a collab. Is a vampire collab with Whisper Audios. Do you guys like Whisper Audios? Very talented. We keep talking about it, but we never got round to it yet. She does some great vampire videos. Yes. So people asked me before, have you collab? Is there anybody you want to collab with that you haven't collabed? So the answer is sort of no, but there are people I've collabed with who I want to collab with again on some very specific collabs. So I would like to do a Mandalorian Bo-Katan roleplay. I think that would be fun. Who would play Bo-Katan? I don't know. Any suggestions? Any of my friends, I think, could do it. It'd be fun. I have the helmet. I have both the helmet. Victorian ghost stories. Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? Like in the Vincent Price's voice. I can't do Vincent Price. I wish I could. He's my favourite voice of all time, I think. Vincent Price. Star Wars themes. Yeah, I have the costume for Obi-Wan Kenobi. I guess I would have to play old Obi-Wan Kenobi. You know, we have plans, a few of my friends. My ASMR friends, I'll not tell you who, because I don't know if they want to even be told, but we do plan to go to Disneyland together and dress up like Padme, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and all the different characters and things. So I think that would be fun, wouldn't it? Do a little bit of videos in the Star Wars land bit and stuff. So yeah. But it's Bo-Katan and the Mandalorian. I recorded a Mandalorian. I didn't like it, so I'm going to record it again. Yeah. The helmet is so cool that I got. And somebody made me resin armor. And it's the beauty of being an ASMR artist is you don't need a costume. From the waist up is all you need. Interesting that you see the Mad Hatter. I've done the Mad Hatter. I did the March Hare No, none of my friends would do that, Tim. The March Hare, which is sort of Mad Hattery. There's a Tea Party video far back that I did. I think it was Jim Chi wanted a collab on that one, and he played the Mad Hatter, and he did a great job. You know, once I saw Jim Chi do the Mad Hatter, you sort of don't want to do Mad Hatter, do you? You want to follow that. Lovecraftian, hard to beat Phoenician Sailor on that, but I definitely want to do a Lovecraftian one, for sure. Oh, Gotham as well. Yeah, Batman. I missed the first ever Batman. I met the first ever Batman, which was a big collab with Hendrel did. That was the first one where I saw my good friend Hendrel, and he did a Batman collab, and it was a little bit too late for me to join. And then he did Lord of the Tingles, beautiful, and I played Thranduil's brother in that, who was my Eldruil. He's another character I like. I made him into a D&D character, and that was the first one I did, the first big collab that I got involved in. The first collab I did was with Terra. We did a Terminator one, where I had that great big scar down my face. Arkham Asylum. I mean, that would be cool. Yes, that would be cool. Sky Madness. Sherry, I really love doing Camp Wolf. Maybe Captain Wolf is the character who's most like me. Actually, if I had to pick a character that was most like me, I would probably pick Captain Wolf. I don't know what that says about me, but that's probably what I would who I would pick. But Arkham Asylum, yeah, I love that. I'm gonna write that one down. Just bringing my phone up so I can check more comments. Sky Madness, yes, Sky Madness. Oh, you can't fast forward, Zadie. You're fast forwarding past Moonlight Cottage? No. I'm the bit to skip. I'm the bit to skip when I work with these talented people. Yeah. Dr. Fibes. Yeah, that was a Vincent Price one, wasn't it? Yeah, I can't play the organ now. No, that's very nice of you, Mr. Redstone. Yes, but it's the other way around. Other way around. I'm honoured to be spending this time with you guys, for sure. And so thank you for that. And I do hope things get better for you. Mm-hmm. The butler. Yeah, everybody plays a butler for you, don't they? But I just thought, no one's ever done where you are the butler, and I'm the prince. So I thought, yeah, that'd be fun. Let's just switch that on its head a little bit to do you being the butler, and me being the foolish Blackadder prince, Prince George. Yeah. Bounty hunter quest giver. Oh, a Cenobite. No. I could not. Terrifying. How would I do a Cenobite? You know, there was a Cenobite video. There's a Hellraiser one done, wasn't there? Who was it? I think it was Terra, it was Jim Chi, and it was Crinkle Oven. Now, I think those were all taken down because of some controversy. Oscar Wilde. I don't know what I would do with them. You know, like Oscar Wilde gives you a cranial nerve exam. Maybe. Odd. The Victorian Ghost one. I really did like playing that one. maybe I'm just obsessed. I mean, look at what we're looking at right now. You know, am I obsessed with the Victorian era? I don't know, it just reminds me, of my childhood, I guess. That's why I'm such a big fan of it. Character that am I most proud of that I've acted on? The Victorian Doctor got loads of views, and so did. I think my favourite two are Carter and Captain Wolf. I thought Captain Wolf's monologue was quite. I don't want to pat myself on the back in comparison to my usual. I thought it was quite well written, and I liked the chess knight as well. I thought the monologue that he does is quite well written. So Wolf, a little bit of a mix between the two. Shay. So Wolf is a vampire, actually. Yeah. I never revealed it in the video, but Wolf is a vampire, and also the love of his life, Lady Smythe Leon. That's her there. She's also a vampire. And I found this photo recently in the attic, and I found out what her name is. I only knew her as Lady Smythe Leon, but there we go. Look, she's written, remember this, Wolfie? All my love, Ava. So her name must be Ava. Ava Smythe Leon. Interesting. Looks a little bit like Indiana Jones. There, a bit cracked. Fortunately, it's a little bit damaged. But did I ever tell you about the time? Yeah, long time ago I was born. Did I ever tell you about the time I got invited to Madame Eudora Windling's thing? God, that was good. That was a while ago. Eudora Windling. I did a World War I one, didn't I? I did a Plague Doctor as well, actually. I've unlisted it, but I thought it was all right. But it was to do with, I don't know, COVID was happening, and it felt like a bad time for a Plague Doctor. But I do have one there. And yes, there was another thing, lost my train of thought. People were asking me about my childhood. Always a big fan. Family Dickinson and the Brontes. Lived in Haworth for a little while, which was nice. I never met them. They were quite reclusive, and also we didn't go in the same social circles. It took me a long time to climb the ladder. But anyway, this something very I loved going to. This it's like, is it velvet? I don't know, but it feels so soft. And I remember it was 1912. I got this. I was living at Morningstar House at the time, and I got this invitation through. It actually wasn't for me, but I went anyway because the person who I was living with didn't want to go. But it's this nice tassels and things like that. Bring out your dead, indeed. And at the time, Madame Eudora Windling, she was preeminent psychic in London society. She was the founder of, what was she founder of? It was the Society of Mediums and Society of Clairvoyants and Mediums. That's what she founded, which it's spelled scam. SCAM. And I'm not sure that was deliberate. Maybe they just didn't use scam as much in the Victorian times. I can't really remember. It was a while ago. But anyway, this was the invitation I got from Madame Eudora Windling. And it's all gold and shiny. Let me read it to you. It says, Madame Eudora Windling graciously invites you to the most exclusive and elegant mystical conveyance of the year. Commune with the most socially exclusive spirits, aristocratic apparitions, and the Aeolian elite from beyond the veil. Be blessed with esoteric and arcane knowledge only accessible to a medium of my renown and brilliance. She was a bit arrogant. And it says, ingress commences at 6 p.m. on the vernal equinox of a gentian moon's turn. And then it says in brackets 29th of February 1912. So I did go to that, and it was an amazing event. She did like a tarot card reading, and then she did a cold reading to a few people in the audience, and then she inhabited the spirits. Now, at the time, I was blown away. But as I got older, I remembered that she used this gramophone thing. I actually have a gramophone. So that's what made me think about it, is when I eventually got a gramophone. And I think she was playing sounds from it. And I also think she was playing voices from it. So I do think it was a little bit of a scam on her part. She's no longer with us, sadly. She lived to like 90, I think. She lived a good long time. Madame Eudora Windling. She made a lot of money. I have a picture of her somewhere. Let me have a look. Eudora Windling, you know who she sounds? She sounds exactly like. I remember her voice was exactly like this. Like it just stuck in my mind, because when you get your foot in the door and you see the first one, you can keep coming to the other ones. Especially if you're clapping and you're like, oh my god, amazing. That was so good, Miss Windling. Then then you just get you get the invites, because it helps build up the audience. So I sort of played canny. Anyway, I do have a picture of her. There she is there. Can you see her? There she is. Let me just show you a picture of her. There. And there she's with her crystal ball and such. And yes, she sounds exactly like Amy K. ASMR. She did, anyway. She, as I say, long gone now. Long gone now. Rincewind. Yeah, I could do Rincewind. He's very funny. I've never done a Terry Pratchett one. I'd like to do a Terry Pratchett one. That'd be nice. Neil Gaiman. I want to do more Neil Gaiman stuff. You know, when I did the Crowley one, he retweeted it. Neil Gaiman retweeted it. And so did Welsh guy played Aziraphale. Why can't I remember his name? Michael Sheen. Did it? I think, is it Michael Sheen? No, that's not it. Marquis du Sade. I'm not doing the Marquis du Sade. That's I'm too innocent for that. I couldn't do the Marquis du Sade. Couldn't do any of these more naughty ones. I'm not even that good at the villains, really. I mean, Marquis du Sade. I think more Mr. Rogers is what I'm thinking. If any, Michael Sheen. That's it. Yeah. I haven't seen season 2 yet either. I'm saving it. Mirror Mask. I don't remember Mirror Mask. Maca Paca. Don't remember that either, sorry. The Spanish Inquisition could work. And Bob Ross. You know who, in my opinion, did the best ASMR? Bob Ross? Blue Whisper. You remember Blue Whisper's Bob Ross? That was very funny. It's quite fun playing with this little this magnifying glass, isn't it? I quite like these little standalones. So yeah, that was my tale of Eudora Windling. I miss her, if I'm honest. Miss a lot of people from back then. Look at the little light here. That's cool, isn't it? The old Edison bulb. So many people sleep on my boy, Dr. T. The Spanish guy and the Princess Bride. They're doing a season 3. That's amazing. I mean, Netflix would have cancelled it, wouldn't they? It's the old Netflix trick. You see the bees floating around her head. It's all I have to bring to bear, this in my heart besides. That's a nice one. Should we do more Poe deck? Ms. Dickinson? Yes, more poor deck. Indio Monte, that's one, yeah. Mel Brooks' version of this, but I don't remember that one. Marquis de Sade is a definite no. Four of Paws is, it has guts, again. And the quote here is, I felt irresistibly impressed with the presentment of some vast good fortune impending. Don't know what that's from. Ten of Paws. Lots of paws here. I didn't obviously haven't shuffled these ones, have I? The Empress. Who's this? The angels whispering to one another, confined amongst their burning terms of love, none so devotional as that of mother. Ah, that must be his mother. Interesting. And of course he's the Emperor. How could he not be? Mr. Poe. We have to read the Emperor's quote. Pan's Labyrinth. A lot of costume. Do I have any pets? Do I have any pets? Let's read this. Once upon a midnight dreary, whilst I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. There you go, there's a hint. I have a pet raven by the name of Nevermore, who very precious to me. I also have a dog, a West Highland White Terrier, who she is also very cute, although she and the raven don't get on very well. The annoying thing is they did for a long time, but there was a little bit of an argument. I'll not go into it. They would not appreciate me airing their dirty laundry in public. But producing good omens, otherwise Anderson would have taken. Yes, that's true. Rupert Giles is my... Oh, Rupert Giles. He sounds very posh. Don't remember him. So just want to suggest 2-pack. I don't know about that. Snakes. That's cool. Snakes. Yeah. I've met many snakes in my life. Oh yeah, I've asked Nevermore a few times if she would be in my videos, but she doesn't want to. I'm like, oh, I'm going to do a Poe video, would you like to be? She's like, Nevermore, like that. I'm like, honestly, you should give it a try. Like, people will not believe I have a pet raven unless you're in one of my... And she's just like, Nevermore, never... No. She refuses to be part of it, and that's okay. She's her own person. Don't want to force her. Lord help my poor soul, Hierophant. Whereas my dog, she's more than happy to be in my videos. She doesn't like to be seen in the videos. She just likes to aggressively bark at the quietest moments. Just so... but usually when I'm talking as well, so I can't edit it out. So that's when she likes to appear. But never was silent throughout the videos. It's very nice of her. I intended to put up with nothing that I can put down. Temperance. That's scary. This looks a little bit like her, actually. Though she doesn't wear a hood like that. Her hood is a little bit longer. Not one of all the crowd to pry into thine hour of secrecy. Be silent in that solitude. Birds are indeed lovely companions. My first pet was a bird. It was a cockatiel, and it was very noisy. And I would agree, almost all birds are wonderful things, although they're a bit of a symbol of freedom, aren't they? So it's a hard thing to have as a pet. But Nevermore is not very nice, I'm afraid to tell you. She can be very rude and extremely judgmental. And she also can operate tools, which means she can get into places that I don't want her to get into. What possession would you say is your prized possession? That's a good question. That's like, I like my gramophone, So that is fun. I do have one or two books. That was I had yes, Watchmen, the book Watchmen. I had that signed by Alan Moore, and gramophones are very expensive, depending if they're in good condition. If you're able to repair a gramophone, you can get them for cheap. And Mr. Kingdom Brunel once got one of his people to show me how to fix one. So he broke one, he couldn't be bothered to fix it. So, but yes, the Watchman, and this is 100% true. I met Alan Moore, who wrote Watchmen. He's from Birmingham. Actually, he lives in Northampton, and we had a little drink together. That was nice, in a pub. It was a pub called the Rice Course. Apparently he used to go there all the time as a regular. I say apparently, I knew. I was searching for him. And he signed my copy of Watchmen. Yeah, I thought Watchmen was really good as well. He didn't talk about it, but he did tell me about his inspiration for the owl. And he said, don't tell anybody, because he's got like a Birmingham accent. And so, yeah, his inspiration for the owl. He told me not to tell anybody, so I'm not gonna say it. He wouldn't like that. But yes, I'll tell you. No, I won't tell you. Okay, I'll tell you. So it was to do with a person who used to wander around his home area, who didn't have any teeth, but had a pet owl. So that's not that cool, really. I think he probably tells everybody that. These are the demon ones. Oh, I see. I mixed my demon ones up with the Poe ones. So maybe that demon that the person was looking for over an hour ago might still be there. Should we have a look? It was a round they were looking for. That's a cool. That one's red. I wonder why they're red ones. Astaroth. That sounds cool. Oh yes. Amy. There's a demon called Amy. Oh, yeah. Owls don't have teeth, but he didn't have teeth. So that was the thing. Does anybody watch Would I Lie to You? Raum! Are you still there, person who asked for the demon? Are you still there? I really hope you're still there. Because we found it. Oh, you're gonna be gone, aren't you? It was like 3 hours ago, I think. So, yes, that's good. Wilty, you know, people won't believe this at all. But Bob Mortimer has this amazing lie about Chris Rea popping an egg in his bath. Do you remember that, JT? Do you remember that? Yeah. Well, Bob is related to me, and before I went across to America, he said, look, every time I've invited you around, you've never come around. I said, okay, I'm going to come around. It's just I've got lots of things on, and like, you've got to tie up all the loose ends before you get there. And he was like, if you're not going to come now, you're never going to come, are you? And I said, okay, I'll come. And I said, on one condition. And he said, what's the condition? And I know it was a lie. It was 100% lie. And I said, I need you, Bob, when I come, to run a bath for me and to pop an egg in it. And he said, I was already going to do that anyway. And I said, okay, good. And so then Chris Rea has never popped an egg in a bath for me. But Robert Mortimer has. Oh, are you gone? The person asking for Ram. It's a 3 of Swords. Oh, that's like not a good card. Yeah, Phoenician Sailor did a lighthouse video. That was amazing. Let me read Ram anyway. Steals treasures from kings. Ooh, I like the start of this demon. Makes me think of Bernie Sanders. Okay. Destroys cities and the dignities of men. Oh, no, that's not Bernie. Tells of things past, present, and future. Causes love between friends and foes. I mean, that sounds nice, doesn't it? Causes love between friends and foes. What is that? Not egg in the bath, indeed. it wasn't like, he, go back to that story because I didn't really finish it, did I? So I went round. He's got a very nice house. All of the things that he said is true. And he said, I've run about like how his house looks. And he's like, I've run you a bath and I've popped an egg in. And I thought, that's amazing. Now I have a story that I can tell. As a lie, that's the truth. And it wasn't a normal egg. Okay. Can you guess what it was? Let me have a look at this. Steals treasures. So there's the symbols there as well. Someone met Bernie Sanders. How cool is that? These cards are tarot cards, but they are demons on there. I love that line, Tim. It was a Scotch egg, and I thought that was a genius touch, actually, to use a Scotch egg in your bath. So these are demon tarot cards. They're really nice, shiny red, and they're just a different type of tarot card. So, each card has, let's just say, Azazel here, and that is the Ace of Wands, and the Azazel, and then it has a description, just randomly put them on there. I think they've tried to match them up as best as possible. And it says, teachers, I can't read that. I need my reading glasses. So I'll quickly put my pince nez on for 2 seconds. What is a Scotch egg? You know what? Maybe it's funnier if you don't know, but Google it, and then you'll see why Bob putting a Scotch egg in the bath is funny. Like, I didn't expect. Okay, so let's read what is about this guy. It says, teaches holy secrets, instructs how to make weapons, and the art of seduction. I say, the art of seduction. How interesting. Okay, odd demon, that indeed. And so you can just go through them, and you can, I don't even know how to pronounce those ones. So, Bathin. Let's do Bathin. Who's Bathin? He is the Knight of Wands. Teaches the values of herbs and stones. Transports anyone suddenly from one place to another. That seems pretty nice. I don't know if we'll see a part 2 of the Fallout. We'll see. Usually, I jump straight onto something new. That's not true. I like recurring characters, so maybe it's going to come back. But usually when I collab with somebody, that's the sort of the end of the line for it. I need to get into tarot cards. Tell you a little bit about tarot cards. My mother and my grandmother were somewhat famed for reading tarot cards. My grandmother was a traveller, and my great grandmother was also a traveller, and I never believed this. Because my grandmother would tell tales. I'm not sure she told anything else, but she said, "Do you know your great grandmother? She was burnt in her caravan, in her big wooden caravan." She said that was the tradition back then. And I was like, I don't believe that. But I looked it up, and apparently it used to be the tradition, so it's possible. And I've heard someone else say it as well, that my old grandma Aggie was burnt in her caravan. So I believe it. And I now actually do believe it. Didn't believe it at the time. I was very lucky to meet my great-grandfather, actually. And while I was old enough to have a conversation with him. And he lived to 96, around about there. And he had a dog that lived to 20 as well. So something long-lived about that. And I had a conversation with him. And he was born during the Victorian times. So I've spoke to a Victorian. Technically, I've kissed one. You say goodbye. Your grandfather, give you a quick kiss on the cheek. Okay. So tarot cards get you burnt in a caravan there. Oh, I don't know about that. I think everybody loved the old tarot card reading. I don't know if my great grandmother would do the the. I think she almost certainly did. You know what my grandmother used to say, and my mother used to say. They would say that they were seventh daughters of seventh daughters. Now I think that might have been true of my great grandmother, but it was not true of the other two. But you need a little bit of show business, don't you? There's no business like show business. You've got to show business it in. It just doesn't happen now. You know, I wonder how much that caravan would have been worth, because it was all traditionally painted. You know, like if you've ever seen Romany caravans, all traditionally painted. Vipar. I bet you could get a pretty penny for it. Okay. Oof, bit saucy that one. Let's go to a non-saucy one. I can't use a Crochel. Teaches geometry. Ooh, that is a very demonous mind. Oh my god, look at this. And liberal sciences. Makes great noises. Okay. And warms water. So there you go, that's Crochel. Look at that evil demon. What news network do you think wouldn't like that? Teaching geometry and the liberal sciences? Of course he's a demon. 12 years old, she is. And makes great noises and warms water. You know, I'm starting to think of Bob. I've warmed some water and I put a Scotch egg in there for you. And that's, he plays an instrument like this. Yeah. 12 years old. Makes me sad to think. But she acts like she's 3. She's very, very healthy. I'm hoping my great-grandfather's luck. Hagagenti. Should we learn about Hagagenti? Hagagenti is, I'm trying to read this without reading it, the Queen of Pentacles, and makes one wise, and teaches everything. Wow. Makes the other ones, the guy who teaches geometry, feels a bit like he's redundant, doesn't he? It's like, oh, anybody want to learn geometry? He's like, oh, no, thanks, mate. I'm just going to go get Hagagenti. She teaches everything, you know, like, what's the point in, like, going to you? And he's like, well, actually, it's because I'm actually very busy. That's the reason. So you might want to go see the geometry guy, because, you know how many people come to me because I can turn any metal into gold. I wonder if he could turn platinum into gold. And what a waste that would be. And he transmutes water into wine. Oh my god. I need to meet this guy. Let me have a look. What does he look like? Scary or? Can turn water into wine. I mean, I think probably craft beer would be better. Or Lagavulin whiskey. I like a good whiskey. You know, I don't recommend people drinking, but it was disgusting in a bath. It indeed was. It's the sort of bath that you wouldn't want to last more than 5 minutes, and you also would shower afterwards. And being, you know, the best part was, I don't know how long he'd ran that bath for, but it wasn't that hot, and the egg was like, it was very soggy and all the crumbs were everywhere. Yeah, I think you're right. He's sitting there going, well, why is everybody going to this dude? And he's like, what's up? You know, you want to, I can teach you anything. And also, you know, give me a metal, turn it into it. I'll turn it into gold for you. Vual. Vual. Is he like a winged monkey? Something. 3 of Wands. So we know what the 3 of Wands is. Let's see if it matches up. Procures the love of women. Oh, that's not a good start, is it? That's weird. Procures the love of women. Okay. Tells of things past, present, and future. So basically everything there. You know, that's like past, present, and future. Builds love between friends. Oh, I think we've done this guy already. Between friends and enemies. Agares. Agares. What is it? Teaches languages. Causes earthquakes. overthrows politicians or clergymen, returns to those who have run away. I feel like we need Agaris right now, don't we? Really. I think some of her skills here could very much be useful. I'm not saying which ones, but we're just going to zoom in there on the symbol. So I'm just trying to get the symbol on the screen. There we go. Agaris. Bathen. I've popped an egg in your Bathen for you. Okay, so what does Bathen do? He teaches. All of them are teachers. Seems like these demons just teach you stuff, don't they? Teaches the values of herbs and stones. It's like, yeah, my name's Bathen. I just want to tell you about the values of herbs and stones. Herbs, their number one thing is authenticity, okay? They just like, you're going to speak to a herb, that's just the top thing. Stones are a little bit different, a bit more extroverted. They like confidence. That's their biggest value. Transports anyone suddenly from one place to another. I feel like two people can do that. Who are these twins? The lovers. Maybe they're not twins. Causes women to love men and brings them together in love. Knowing what I know of men, that's quite demonic. And can make women barren. So, very demony. Let's read some of these questions. Stephen, I think that's fascinating. I'd love to know more. Do you have any recommendation on how to learn the tarot? My recommendation, do you have a grandmother who's a tarot card reader? Because that's so useful. That would help. Sulfur from volcanoes, clocking in the demonic chemistry demon, cooked at Yellowstone. You should do some insane clown posse ASMR. You know what? I've just recorded one, actually. An insane clown posse ASMR. And I think you're gonna like it. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into any spoilers. But the makeup took a long time. Baphomet, the magician. Okay. Gives health and financial prosperity. That's quite nice. Connects one safely with divine. I mean, these demons seem quite nice. Okay, let's just imagine it for a second. We draw the pentacle, we put salt around the candles, and we draw it, and we summon a demon. Let's summon a demon. Which one do we get? Let's see if it would be that bad when we summon a demon. Oh, I've got more demons here, so I'll do the summon all the demons. Who are we gonna do? Abracadabra. Who are we getting? Eligos. The King of Swords has just turned up. And what does he do? He reveals the knowledge of forthcoming battles. That's quite good. And he procures the favours of lords and ladies. I mean, that's brilliant, isn't it? Lords, now I have the favour of lords and ladies. And any battles that are upcoming, I'm going to know about it. Like, that's what we summoned. Let's just summon one more. I mean, let's push our luck. Come on, let's summon another demon. Who do we get? Oh, it's upside down. Zangan. Zangan looks odd. Who is it? The Eight of Pentacles. I mean, what's going on there? He's got 4 arms and he's got wings and he's got like horns and stuff. Okay, come on, Zangan. Don't let us down. She's sleeping right now. Turns water into wine. Look at this. We've hit the jackpot again. And I'm pretty sure he could probably do craft beers, right? He just looks. Look at that man. He's got a massive Oregon beard. He makes craft beers. Oh, a little bit of a disadvantage there, and then back again. That's a bit of a tease. So he'll turn into the wine, but he'll turn it back again. Turns blood into wine. A little dark, okay, but still, I don't see any deal breakers here. Do we? Do we see any? I don't see any deal breakers. Turns any metal into legal tender coins. That's very specific. Not just gold, but he will turn any metal into a 45% nickel, 35% copper, 10% silver amalgam. So that's very nice that he can do that. I think I would stick with gold and platinum. Oh, and this is the most useful thing. I need this. So I'm glad we pulled this guy out. There we go, look. That's exactly what I've been needing. There. He makes fools wise. Thank you very much, you wonderful fellow. Summon a herring. You know, I saw something recent where there was a wizard and he said, I hate cursive. And he summoned a lemon because the scroll said how to summon a lemon. But he thought it was a demon. I'm going to grab a little bottle of apple juice. We could do another Emily Dickinson poem, but Emily's just went downstairs for a little bit. I think she's taking the doggy out for a little walk. So allergic to nickel. That's a very interesting allergy, to be allergic to nickel. If I had a nickel for every time someone said that was an interesting allergy, I'd be dead. They do nap together. Mint, yeah, the mint is marks everything like that. I think it's a picture of a goose, a sea shanty. Where's the Ouija board? Yeah. You ever do Ouija? I've never really done Ouija. Actually, that's not true. I did Ouija one time in Las Vegas. Let me tell you about it. There's a magician there called Dixie Dooley. If you ever get the chance to see him, I wouldn't recommend it. No, he's very good. Okay, Dixie Dooley. And he did this thing called seance. And it was in this weird little hotel that reminded me of like the Overlook Hotel from The Shining. It was empty. It was just weird. And there was this old guy there afterwards, and he just did tricks. Dixie Dooley did the tricks. And then this old guy said, would anybody like to stay for the seance? And I said, oh, I don't know. And he had a Ouija board, and he was like, anybody that... I sort of sat in a circle, and we held, like, our hands were out. And this old guy, I had my hand like that, and he must have been like 85 or something. I wonder if he's still alive. And he just had his hand like that on mine, and it was just so heavy. Heavy. I just had like holding him up like that. And he kept asking out. And I thought, you go to sleep, old doll. Fall asleep. Let sleep come. And he kept calling out, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. I thought there was going to be a trick. I thought there was going to be some sort of magic trick. But no, nothing. Yeah. So that was quite a boring story, actually, when I think about it. Let's summon another demon. Ontario. Can you speak French, Sadie? Unpacking. I don't really know any French, but I was taught some. Où est la plume de ma tante is one of the things that they say, isn't it? Is it? Who said that? Dr. Key. Où est Dr. Key? Les boîtes d'exposition d'espace. I wish we could Look him up. Dixie Dooley, look him up. You know what would be brilliant? If I imagine Dixie Dooley as like something on Google Maps. Wouldn't it be nice if we all just jumped on Google Maps, DIXIE DOOLEY, and gave him a 5-star rating? Wouldn't that be nice? Bring him up. If we all did that, I think we'd bring him up to a 2-star rating by doing that. Cittery, the Ace of Swords. I don't know. Are we okay with Cittery? So far we've had 2 lovely demons, and I think we're pushing our luck. Inflames men with women's love, and women with men's love. What does that mean? It's like disturbingly ambiguous, that. And then causes themselves to show themselves naked if desired. Okay. Thanks, Citri. You had to ruin it, didn't you? You had to ruin it by being all weird and creepy. We had 2 lovely demons here, Zagan and Elgios. They were going to make us like metal things, teach us languages, all that, and you just come along, weird, ruin it. No, thank you. So it seems that you can summon a demon who is bad, at least very creepy. New York State, Edgar Allan Poe. Nice. Hardest province to spell, easiest to draw. Is that Arkansas? Or Mississippi? Lusty demon indeed. Put her here. I haven't even went through the cards of many destinies. Should we do that? Let's go through the deck of the cards of many destinies. Keep Emily there. I wonder if there's a dog. Is there a dog in this deck? Can we have a little look? See if there's a dog. These are just the character cards, but I know there are other cards. Let's see a dog. Yesterday I did this thing where we just pulled cards and I just talked about that card like a noose or mushrooms or things like that. So just used them as springboards. Peacock, elixir, eye, ghost, glove. Where is the dog? There's a rabbit. Skull, memento mori. Wildflowers, wings. Oh, we'll keep the wolf just in case. Cat, cauldron, chicken, creature's paw, doll, eel, white dress, house, little hedgehog. Bees. She always loves her bees. Apple, ring mantis, ball, pond, book. Likes the books as well, but no. Knife, toad, tree, volcano, lantern, lion, milk, and the moon. Okay, there we go. There's Emily and my little doggy having a nap on the couch. And there we've got our bees. Okay. Let's put those to the side. And we're going to do the deck of many destinies. Yes. Many destinies. Now, if you play D&D, you know that drawing from the deck of many destinies is not a good idea, because there are some wondrous things in there, and there's some horrific things in there. Many things, that's it, many things. Did I say many destinies? Ah, yes, for copyright reasons, this is the deck of many destinies by Game T, but it's similarish. Cats, bats, hats, and rats. Donjon. Okay, French people, can you help me here? Is this French? Does this mean dungeon? Is that where it comes from? Donjon? Gotta be, hasn't it? Is it like a chain here and stuff? Don't know what that does, but it doesn't sound like the sort of card that you want to pull. Are you some with demon shenanigans? Are you doing with demon shenanigans? I, for now. I mean, for now, I think that could be done. But next, ask me again when I run out of wine, and we'll see. Because I think I might have to risk it if I run out of wine. But I don't have wine. I have none of them turn anything into scotch, do they? Like you just none of them turn things into. It's always wine. Why always wine? Cats, bats, rats, and hats, indeed. Let's have a look at that one. Dates 20 on a 1. The moon. The sun. What type of scotch are you drinking, Sid? What type of scotch are you drinking? This one is terrible. The idiot. I think you lose like 2 levels, or like permanently lose intelligence based off that. Vizia. That one's quite cool. Whiskey. What type of whiskey though? What type of scotch? I quite like Lagavulin is my favourite. And then there's that. Void. That one's scary. Yeah. French for keep. There we go. Published. Narrative dungeon crawl game. I see. Apple juice straight up. Yeah, me too. A little bottle of apple juice there. The author. Hello. Key. It's a key. Dr. Key in the French, isn't it? Is it Dr. Key? That what is nice, isn't it? Throne. People have thrones, don't they? Where they get gifts and stuff. If you'd like to contribute to my throne, I don't think I have one. So you're good. Balance. Balances. Yeah. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. A little bit of Simon and Garfunkel there. Star. I think the best Simon and Garfunkel song. I don't know, they're all good, aren't they? Maybe The Boxer. What do we think? Oh, look at this. Go. It puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. Amaretto. Manischewitz. Someone said Manischewitz. That's delicious. Like the grapey flavour of Manischewitz. It's Rogue. Tequila. The Amaretto. Yeah, there's a song, isn't there? Is this the way to Amaretto? Urale. I think this is Medusa's sister. Don't look too closely. But no snakes in the hair, so that's good. Oh, wait there. What's this? Oh, there are some snakes. Gotta be careful. We have the fool. We got both a fool and an idiot. Seems a bit rude, doesn't it? And a jester. And then flames. And then ruin. It's a broken, scary-looking dagger. Talons. A gem. The comet. And finally the knight. That was quite nice. The rose. Now what we'll do is we will have another quick look at let me put this to one side. I think we have a little look at I'd like to finish on just going through these cards, I think. Yes. No, you fall asleep to it, but you're going to have to be quick because I'm looking at my timer and I've been live and I haven't stopped talking without any break for 4 hours and 50 minutes. It would be a shame not to hit 5 hours, wouldn't it? But I'm leaning over and my back is all sore. You know, I wish I wasn't so ignorant, and I knew who some of these people were, but a lot of them are missing for me. I don't know who this is. Solitude. We have solitude. We have rebellion. We have Octavia Butler. Sci-fi. Yes, I know her. And that's the future. And Isnin is the subconscious. There used to be a perfume, didn't there? Ane. I wonder if it's still a perfume. Toni Morrison. Power. Quetzalcoatl. That's how it's said, isn't it? Quetzalcoatl. You know, for the longest time, I thought it was Quetzalcoatl. But I think a Spanish friend of mine told me it was, well, I say Spanish. They were actually, they were Aztec. And they said it was Quetzalcoatl. So, correct me if I'm wrong there. But Neil Hurston is the story. And identity, Angela Carter. Leslie there is community. Anne Carson, the intellect. Maria Sabina, healing. Shirley Jackson, family. Cues are your trigger. What cue words do we have? Queen, quisps, quip, Quentin, encourage, bravery. I think any female writer was very brave. Justice, devotion, history, belonging. Charlotte, remember the yellow wallpaper? Quiver, indeed. Freedom, transformation. Agatha Christie's trickery. The body. Oh, isn't that nice? Love. Quiche Lorraine. Makes me think of this song. Vision for Virginia Woolf. Mary Shelley loss. Of course, she didn't lose Percy. Shelley, didn't she? The quills are quick and quiet. The trick, William Potter, is having quick and quiet quills. Sylvia Plath, The Dark. Flannery Connor, Immunity. Emily Bronte is fantasy, the true inventor of D&D. Nice. But we're going to end on, even though she's downstairs sleeping, we're going to end on Emily Dickinson with her bees and wolves. Let's put them there. Like that. And I have my little Lewis Mint chess set to tap on. I did the knight and the bishop thing just before. For those who remember the knight and the bishop from my chess night. We leave it. Whatever. And then there's this one here. And is there a queen? There is a queen there. Looks a bit fed up. The queen. Let's zoom in on you, queen. Yes, looks a little bit fed up there. I've got a knight. What does this knight look like? And there he goes. Lewis Chessman sets. Very cool, Scottish. Pieces, not all of them were found, I don't think. Is there a full set? I don't know. Maybe not. What even is this? This one's terrifying. Look at it, it's eating its shield. Do we have a... Yeah, we have a... Oh, I won as well. Is this the same? Or do they change up the pieces? No, it's the same, look. creepy little dude with biting onto the thing. Can't talk for 8 hours. Yeah, that seems fair. Okay. I would do more poetry, and I feel like I do have to end on Emily, don't we? I think that would the number 26. Should we read her 26th poem? I think that would be a good one. It's all I have to bring today. This and my heart beside. This and my heart. And all the fields and all the meadows wide. Be sure to count, should I forget, someone the sum to tell. This and my heart and all the bees which in the clover dwell. Well, we're ticking down now to ticking down now to 4:57. 3 more minutes to hit 5. You know what? This has been a really nice honor to be able to spend this time with you all. I very much appreciate that, and I hope you have a great rest of this year and an amazing 2025. It's going to be let's see how 2025 turns out. There have been worse years so far. Let's just hope it isn't a record breaker. I have a good feeling. I have a good feeling about 2025. I do have one coin left to toss, but I don't think I'm going to tempt fate by tossing it. So we'll just leave that. Don't want to end on a low. Or do we? Do we want to risk the coin? No. We'll not do that. It's been lovely to chat with all of you. Yes, indeed. And I do hope that you... yes, let's save the coin for the night. I do hope you all do have a great time. Maybe I'll do this again. I just thought it would be nice for Christmas. People can jump in and listen along. But yeah, maybe we can do this again soon. That would be nice, wouldn't it? I wonder if we could say hello to Macintosh before I go. Let's find out. Nope, she's still downstairs, still asleep. Otherwise, I would miles to go before I sleep. A little Robert Frost, nice. She's still asleep, so we will leave her in peace for now. Okay. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day until the final recorded syllable of time. Can't end on that. Number 1 or number 2? Number 1 or number 2? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We hit 5 hours. Merry Christmas, everyone. And that's goodbye from me. And again, as I say, I hope we can speak again soon. Good day, good night, good evening to you all.